Tapi perjenjang. Perjenjang baik. TK SD SMP.
Tes, tes, tes. Masuk ya, Pak? Dimulai sekarang. Oh. Kenapa, Bu? Iya. Mulai ya, Mem? Iya, Mem. Iya, Pak. Tes. Mik. Tes. Mulai langsung. Dikit lagi. Oh, gini. Tes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Bangka Belitung, Insinyur Fadila Sabri, Master of Engineering. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Muhammadiyah Bangka Belitung, Mr. Dedi Putranto, MPD. The Honorable Invited Keynote Speakers, the Honorable all lecturers, staff, guests, and participants. First of all, let's praise the Almighty God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, and pray for the last messenger of God, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to International Conference on Language, Education, and Technology 2022, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Bangka Belitung, 24th of November 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, on these special occasions, allow me to deliver the agenda today as follows. Opening, singing national anthem of Republic of Indonesia. Performance video about Universitas Muhammadiyah Bangka Belitung. Prayer, welcoming remark by Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Muhammadiyah Bangka Belitung. Keynote speaker speech and paper presentations. Paper presentations by participants. And the last one is closing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start this program by reciting Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Singing national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please be in a ready as position. The next is praying, led by Mr. Zaki. For Mr. Zaki, you are pleased.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها المزمل قم الليل إلا قليلا نصفه أو انقص منه قليلا أو زد عليه ورتل القرآن ترتيلا إنا سنلقي عليك قولا ثقيلا إن ناشئة الليل هي أشد وطئا وأقوم قيلا إن لك في النهار سبحا طويلا صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Furthermore, welcoming speech by the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Muhammadiyah Bangka Belitung. For Mr. Dedi Putranto, MPD, you are pleased.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alladzi khalaqal mauta wal hayata liyabluwakum ayyukum ahsanu amala. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu la nabiyya ba'dah. Yang terhormat Bapak Ibu keynote speaker, presenter, dan peserta seminar internasional Conference Language Education and Technology tahun 2022. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Pertama-tama, marilah kita panjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala yang telah melimpahkan berbagai macam kenikmatan kepada kita sekalian. Salah satu nikmat yang kita rasakan adalah nikmat kesehatan, sehingga kita dapat menyelenggarakan seminar internasional ini walaupun dilaksanakan secara daring atau tatap maya. Salawat serta salam semoga selalu kita curahkan kepada baginda kita Nabi besar Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam yang telah membawa kita semua dari zaman kegelapan menuju zaman yang terang benderang hingga saat ini. Hadirin yang saya hormati, selanjutnya izinkan saya menyampaikan yang pertama tentunya apresiasi, penghargaan, dan ucapan terima kasih yang tak terhingga kepada Ketua Panitia beserta seluruh jajaran dalam kepanitiaan seminar internasional ini yang telah mempersiapkan demi terselenggaranya kegiatan ini. Hal ini penting untuk kita sampaikan mengingat Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Bangka Belitung terus berupaya untuk mendukung dalam visi dari perguruan tinggi untuk mewujudkan kampus yang mampu berdaya saing di tingkat internasional. Tak lupa juga saya sampaikan kepada Bapak Ibu keynote speaker, ya di sini ada Victor GM Lejong PhD, Leiden University Medical Center, Netherlands. Yang kedua, Balas Venkovic, PhD dari Habil, Institute of English and American Study, University of Debrecen, Hungary. Kemudian yang ketiga ada Dr. Zamzami Zainuddin, Faculty of Education, University of Malaya, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Keempat ada Lauren Carter, MED, University of Wollongong, Australia. Yang kelima ada Dr. Hendy Pratama, SPD, MA, Faculty of Language and Arts, Universitas Negeri Semarang, Indonesia. Keenam, Ardian Wahyu, IDD, Politeknik Negeri Malang, Indonesia. Dan yang ketujuh ada Dr. Pratiwi Amelia, MPDBI, dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Bangka Belitung, tentunya yang telah berkenan untuk menjadi keynote speaker pada kegiatan seminar kali ini. Hadirin yang saya hormati, perlu kami sampaikan bahwa kegiatan ini diikuti oleh 149 peserta yang terbagi menjadi 24 sebagai presenter dan 125 partisipan. Kemudian background peserta ini berasal dari mahasiswa, guru, dosen, praktisi, serta peneliti. Dan adapun wilayah mayoritas peserta ini ada yang berasal dari Tangerang, ada yang dari Wonogiri, Palembang, Bangka Belitung, Jogja, Lamongan, dan ada salah satu di sini dari Brunei Darussalam, Universitas Brunei Darussalam. Hadirin yang kami hormati, kita tentunya telah memahami bahwa seiring dengan perkembangan zaman, teknologi dalam perkembangannya tentu membawa sebuah perubahan bagi kehidupan, terutama dalam dunia pendidikan. Pendidikan merupakan salah satu aspek penting untuk mewujudkan dan mengarahkan manusia untuk berpikir kritis dan idealis. Pendidikan juga bisa dikatakan sebagai rantai kehidupan. Apabila pendidikan tidak berjalan dengan semestinya, maka hal ini tentunya akan berpengaruh bagi kehidupan bangsa. Maju tidaknya suatu bangsa sangat berkaitan dengan kualitas pendidikan yang dilaksanakan. Oleh sebab itu, melalui kegiatan seminar internasional ini bisa dijadikan sebagai wahana untuk saling sharing dan bertukar informasi, dan juga diharapkan mampu memberikan pelajaran, pengalaman, serta pengetahuan yang baru. Akhir kata, tentunya saya juga mengucapkan terima kasih atas partisipasinya dalam kegiatan seminar internasional yang diselenggarakan oleh FKIP Unmuh Babel ini, dengan harapan semoga dapat memberikan pencerahan bagi kita khususnya di dalam menunjang bidang tridharma perguruan tinggi yang nantinya dapat diimplementasikan dalam kehidupan kita sehari-hari. Dan tentunya harapan kegiatan ini mudah-mudahan ke depan nanti bisa kita laksanakan kembali. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Hadirin yang kami hormati, maka dengan mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, kegiatan International Conference Language Education and Technology tahun 2022 secara resmi saya nyatakan dibuka. Demikian sambutan yang dapat saya sampaikan. Terima kasih atas segala perhatian dan mohon maaf atas segala kekurangannya. Billahi fisabil haq fastabiqul khairat. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks for the speech to Mr. Dedi Putranto. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is keynote speaker speech and paper presentation sessions that will be divided into 2 sessions, morning and afternoon. The first sessions, we have 4 keynote speakers. They are Mr. Ardian Wahyu Setiawan, Doctor of Education from Politeknik Negeri Malang, Indonesia. Miss Lauren Carter from University of Wollongong, Australia. Dr. Zamzani Zainuddin from University of Malaya, Malaysia. Dr. Pratiwi Amelia from Universitas Muhammadiyah, Bangka Belitung, Indonesia. In the first sessions will be moderated by Mr. Hayudi, Master of Education. For Mr. Hayudi, you are pleased. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, we will have 5 minutes for break. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the opportunity in these special occasions. In these morning sessions, I will be the moderator for 4 keynote speakers who are coming from various institutions and also as well as different countries. So please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hayudi. I'm one of the lecturers in Universitas Muhammadiyah Bangka Belitung. Ladies and gentlemen, in this special morning sessions, we are going to have 4 keynote speakers. The first one, let me introduce you all, Dr. Ardian Wahyu Setiawan. Assalamualaikum, good morning.
Waalaikumsalam. Good morning, Pak Yudi.
Okay, thank you very much for coming, Pak Ardian.
My pleasure.
Yeah, and also the second speaker, we will have Miss Lauren Carter, MED. He is from University of Wollongong. And Pak Ardian, you are from the University of Polytechnic, Malang ya Pak ya?
Yeah,
okay,
sure. State Polytechnic of Malang.
Okay, and then the third speaker, we are going to have Dr. Zamzani Zainuddin from Faculty of Education, University of Malaya, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And then the last one for this morning sessions, we are going to have Dr. Pratiwi Amalia from Universitas Muhammadiyah Bangka Belitung. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'd like to give the chance to the first presenter, to the first keynote speaker, Dr. Ardian Wahyu Setiawan. So, Pak Ardian, I will give you about 30 to 40 minutes to present your paper. And then after that, we're going to have such a short question and answer sessions after your presentations. So, Pak Ardian, Dr. Ardian, you are pleased.
Thank you so much, Pak Yudi. Bapak Ibu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and also good morning. I hope everyone is in good condition today. And this morning, prior to my sessions, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Ardian Wahyu Setiawan, and I'm from State Polytechnic of Malang. Besides being a lecturer at the Polytechnic, I'm also a chief editor of semantic.com, an international agency of providing editing translations for institutions and also private users. And today I would like to share my session with you. Let me share my screen now. So I have 30 to 40 minutes, so I think I'm going a bit faster. I was to talk about the role of teacher as a researcher in English language teaching, especially in relation to language teaching, professionalism, and technology, which is the theme of this webinar, of this international conference. Okay, let me start with this. There will be 3 key issues that I'm going to address in these sessions, Bapak Ibu. The first is we are going to define a professional identity. So we are going to talk about what professional identity is, especially the roles and responsibilities of teachers and also researchers. And then we also address the second topic, that is shifts in ELT. We are going to see and observe how English language teaching has shifted, has been moving, and we have many things affecting our field of professional expertise. And the next is trends in research. If we have these continuous shifts in English language teaching, then what sort of trends that we have to follow, what sort of trends that we have to consider in our teaching and also research. And all of these 3 concepts, all of these 3 issues will be discussed in relation to dominant aspects affecting our professional life, that is technology and also innovation. So these are the 3 key points that I'm going to discuss today. Here is the point. The first is professional identity, professionalism, and then we are going to define what our professional roles and responsibilities. We are going to address that questions. I'm going to overview some frameworks that you can use for your professional development. And the second point, I'm going to talk about the shifts in English language teaching and how, especially how technology shapes learning and also learners, our students in the classroom. As we understand today, we have students who are different from students perhaps 5 or 10 years ago, right? So last trends in research, what has changed and what needs to be investigated. Let's go to the first point, that is professional identity, teacher as a researcher. Let me give you one question. How do you see yourself? How many roles do you think you play in the classroom, Bapak Ibu? Or how many roles, how many identities you have as an individual? So you have yourself as a teacher, you play your role as a mother, sebagai mama di rumah mungkin Bapak Ibu ya. You play a role as a father, maybe as a dad for your daughters and also for your sons. You play a role perhaps as Pak RT mungkin di lingkungan rumah tangga and in your community, and you have various roles. And that we can simply define that as professional identities, the identities that you have, the roles that you play. So who are you? Even though this question is quite simple, actually this masks a considerable amount of complexity, because if I ask you these questions, you have various answers to these questions. Of course, you have, I'm a teacher, I'm a mother, I'm a father, I'm perhaps Pak RT, I'm many roles that you play in your environments, depending on the professional roles that you have then. So the answer to this question is actually quite complicated. And today, as we have digital environment, you also have digital identity. So this is a new issue. You live in the classroom with your students, but you also live in the digital world and you have digital identity, right? So your identity in the classroom is actually a bit different from your identity in the digital space, in the digital environment. Maybe you use Zoom, maybe you use Facebook and social media, maybe you use LMS as a platform for learning, and perhaps we are not aware that actually we bring with us different identities. So we present different identities in different platforms and different social environments. Okay, so the concept of identity, so we are going to define and understand the concept of identity now. This identity is actually one of the most investigated issues in education. So it has been used variously in many fields of study, in education, in English language teaching, in post-colonial studies, in history, and many other fields of study. But unfortunately, studies especially in education, on identities, the lack of clear definitions, it's actually very difficult to define what identity is. And therefore, today I would like to borrow one definition from psychology, because psychology provides clear definitions, not only one, but also clear definitions and concepts of identity, which help us understand what identity is. So in psychology, there are some perspectives on the identity concept. The first is individual perspective, focusing on the self aspects of individual identity, such as in self-psychology. So if you learn psychology focusing on self-identity, the self-psychology, then the definitions of identity focus on the self aspects. Okay, and the second is the social view, which see and understand identity as being constructed by social processes. So by this, your identity as a father actually is constructed by your sons or daughters. Your identity as a teacher is actually shaped and constructed not only by you, but also by your students. So this is interesting. So we are going to talk about how these interactions built our identity as a teacher, in the sense that if you want to build our identity as a teacher, you have to pay attention to your students, because they are the agents and also the contributors of your identity. Now, in self-psychology, the concept of identity is commonly used to explore individual or personal aspects and processes of identity development. So this concept is used to observe and see how individuals develop their identity as an individual, right? And in social psychology, identity is used to examine relational and collective identities and to analyze how social processes contribute to the formations of identity. And therefore, in social psychology, we have social identity. For example, you are a teacher because you are a member of a teacher community. You are Indonesian because you are part of the Indonesian community, right? So the community, the social processes, the collectivity defines your identity and give you roles. For example, as you know, as an Indonesian, you have responsibilities to pay tax, to report tax, and that's because you belong to this, you know, social community, and that also defines you as an individual and as Indonesian. Therefore. So this is how we see identity. We have three types: individual, relational, and collective. And we are going to talk about these three concepts based on its level of inclusiveness, especially how this relates to our identity as a teacher. Okay. The first is individual or personal identity, the aspects of self-definitions at the level of the individual person. And we have individual or personal identity as a teacher, Bapak Ibu. Okay, how do we apply this? How do we understand this? And that means if you define yourself as a teacher, you have to perform the tasks and also responsibilities of a teacher, right? If, for example, you define yourself as a chef, you have to cook. If you define yourself as a father, for example, then you have to be responsible for your family, perhaps, right? So that part of self-definitions gives you responsibilities. Why we need to understand this? Because if you understand your identity and you see yourself as a teacher, and then it is expected, and there's been a standard that you have to perform your roles and responsibilities as a teacher. So this is at the individual or personal level. At the social level, we have the second type of identity, that is the relational identity, aspects of self, okay, of ourself associated with one's relationship with significant others. So in this sense, if we are a teacher, right, if I am a teacher, who are my significant others that define me as a teacher? Okay, those are my students, of course, right? So I'm a teacher because I have students. Okay, and this is the reasons why we have to pay attention to our students, because they are part of our identity as a teacher. We pay attention to students learning, not only because they have to learn, but that's also because they contribute to our definitions as, for example, as a good teacher, right? So this is called relational identity. The relationship defined by the relationship between you, the self, your personal identity, your at the individual level, and your relationship with your students as the significant others, and that's and we call that a significant others. Those people important to ourself, to our identity, our relational identity. At a bigger level, at a higher level, we also have collective identity. Okay, why we are a teacher? Because we belong to a teacher community, because we are one member of a teacher community, and this is then therefore a collective identity is defined as people identifications with groups and social categories to which we belong. As, for example, if we call ourselves a Muslim, then we have to go to the mosque, right? So, especially for the men, right? We have to go to masjid. Otherwise, people don't call you as a Muslim. So we identify ourselves with the groups or the social categories to which we belong. Okay, and this also gives us a sense of belonging, also responsibilities to do something, to perform the tasks, and also the various responsibilities that to build this identity. So we have three levels, three levels of identity. Identity as at individual level, identity at a relational level, okay, our relationship with significant others, and identity as collective at the collective level, our belonging with the groups and social categories to which we belong. And the implication is that as a teacher, we have to pay attention to these three levels. We have to pay attention to ourselves at the individual level. We have to learn, and we have to pay attention to the relationships between between ourselves and our students, because this relationship defines ourselves as a teacher too. And of course, we have to pay attention to our sense of belonging and our identifications with the groups and social categories to which we belong. So we have to be active in, for example, a community of practice, community of learning. We participate in becoming a member, for example, of Teachers Association, and we are actively involved in activities, and that's part of a development of collective identity. This is very important. And the next part that we need to understand is the nature of identity, the non-essentialist perspective. Identity is not self-constructed. Okay, we need to understand that identity is not self-constructed. Maybe we can claim ourselves, I'm a teacher, but if you don't have your students, then you are not a teacher. Maybe you can claim that I'm a teacher, but I don't belong to any group or any professional association. Maybe you will not get an EP, you will not get, association with sort of membership with the associations. Not self-constructed. And the second is, your identity is constructed and developed in a socio-cultural space, and that means we are always in a socio-cultural space, which then define our identity. And of course, this is shaped by values in the discourses, by values in settings in which we live. Okay, and we need to understand it. For example, as a teacher in Malang, in East Java, I have to understand the values here in order to have this, engaging class for my students. Otherwise, the learning that I present to my students will not be relevant to them. As a teacher in Babel, for example, you have to understand what Rusip is, so that you relate with your students, right? You must understand what Rusip is, what they eat every day, how they learn, or their habits, their daily activities, how they do. For example, some students do ngelimbang. You have to understand those aspects so that you can relate your perspective and you can present a relevant learning to your students. This is very important. And identity is also constantly negotiated. This is not stable, always fixed. And according to Varghese, it's always shifting and in conflict. Maybe one day we feel that we are a teacher, and maybe tomorrow or the next 2 days we feel that, I don't feel like I'm a good teacher. Maybe I'm not a good teacher for my students. Maybe I'm not a good teacher because I don't learn continuously, and sort of that kind of feeling that maybe put us in conflict situations. And it's always multiple and subject to change according to Norton. It's always multiple because we always play different identities. Okay, we play identities as a teacher, as a father, as various roles that we play, and it's always constructed. Now, questions one is if professional identity of English teachers refer to the images or representations of English teachers which derive from our roles and responsibilities as professional in the field of language teaching. Therefore, we have responsibilities, right? We have things to do. So what are your roles and responsibilities, Bapak Ibu? So I'm going to show you a very simple framework which reflect our roles and responsibilities as teachers. Okay, as teachers, we play our role and also have responsibilities as a learner, and also teacher, of course, and also researcher. So we play these three roles: learner, teacher, and researcher. We play that these three roles, these three responsibilities that we carry at the same time. And therefore, we are responsible for learning. We have to update and we have to learn not only in terms of the content, but also in terms of the pedagogy, how we present our content to our students. But the question is what and how? How should we learn? What sort of aspects that we need to learn, right? How and what? Now, this is probably a very simple diagram or figure to show you what sort of aspects that we need to update and learn as an English teacher. So we have to understand the English and also culture, of course, not only culture of English speaking. Well, it doesn't mean to be English speaking countries, right? But language aspects and also culture. But also we need to recognize English as a word language, not only as, not only the cultures of countries, of countries in which English language is used as the first language, but also word Englishes. So today, I guess there's been a movement of word Englishes in which we celebrate and also we embrace the different Englishes that we have. So we have not only Australian, British, and also American English, but I think we have to celebrate. We have Indian English, we have Singaporean. Even today, there's been a movement of, I think we have Indonesian English, right? So I think our accent is actually similar in terms of social level to those accents of American or Australian or even British and different accents that we have in the world today, or Indian or Singaporean. So I think it's okay if you have Bangladesh accent, and that would be okay. I have my Japanese accent. I think all accents are sexy, similar to French accent, to Spanish. And that's fine. We need to understand those aspects. And of course, the second part, the second elements that we need to understand is the element of pedagogy. So, and today we have digital pedagogy, how to teach, how to deliver materials in digital environment, and approaches and method, and of course, the contents and value and core skills that we need to understand. And how to learn, there've been some models of learning. In the past, we learned in a day-long workshops, and we can observe professional communities. But today, I think the platforms and also the models that we can use for learning, we have so many types of learning, from training, outward period, deficit, cascade, to transformative learning, and also action research that we can perform at the classroom level. And if in the past we perhaps see this as different types of platforms for learning or different models for learning, today I think we should see this as an integrated model of learning in which we combine the benefits that we get from training, the benefits that we get from outward peering, cascade, and also from coaching, mentoring, and also action research, the research that we do at the classroom level. So here is the, well, I'm not going to discuss this very thoroughly, but I'm going to show you that I think we have to move from the left side, from traditional professional development, which is top down. Okay, dulu kan we always ask by our boss to, okay, you have to study, you have to learn. But today, I think we have to shift. We have to move to the right side, and we have to be collaborative and learning. The nature should be visionary and collective construction. We learn together with our colleagues and our teachers, colleagues, and inquiry-based, tailor-made, context-specific, and should be proactive, provide proactive assessment in which you then can monitor and observe how you progress to your professional development. Okay, I'll also share this with you later on after the session, Bapak Ibu, the slides, so that you can read it. So many framework, this is one of the models that we can use for learning, in which teachers are encouraged to engage themselves in social community. So you're becoming members of associations, of teacher associations, and you learn, and then you provide support, and also you measure. Okay, one thing that I think we often forget is to measure how we progress, Bapak Ibu. So we learn, but we often forget, oh, saya sudah seberapa jauh ya saya belajar, itu seringkali kita lupa. So measurement, self-measurement, I think is an important part of professional development, and we have to do this as a professional teacher. And that is the roles and responsibilities as a learner. Now, what about teacher and researcher? I think this is inseparable. So how do we perceive ourselves? Are we a teacher or are we a researcher? Can I, for example, if I'm an English teacher at junior high school level or at senior high school level, can I be a researcher? Yes, of course. Okay, you are a teacher, you are a researcher. Why? Because teacher as a researcher, because as a teacher, you are the one who knows exactly what your class is like, right? So who are the teachers that best understand the class situations, that best understand your students in the classroom? It's you, actually. So it's not those researchers that the articles that you read in published journals, for example, international journals, but then you are the one who know exactly what your students are like, and therefore you can use your understanding that you get from reading various articles and knowing research, the findings of research, to inform your teaching, to adapt and adjust those approach to your teaching, therefore. And citing BISEX 1986 and Babke Provost 2004, and also Soda Mining 2009, I think we should integrate the role of teacher as a researcher. So teacher is also a researcher at the same time, because the roles are inseparable. We cannot separate the roles of teacher and also researcher. Teacher is a researcher as a questioner, as an observer. So we have to observe our own teaching and also our students' learning and our professional development. You are also a theory maker, Bapak Ibu. So what is the implication? You create your own theory. Jadi Bapak Ibu bisa membuat teorinya sendiri. Teori saya apa loh gitu. What is my theory based on my learning that I present in the classroom? Berdasarkan pembelajaran yang sajikan di kelas, teori saya apa? Itu bisa. So datanya apa? Data is from my classroom. So I observe my students and they behave like this and they learn like this. And therefore, I have these proportions, I have these concepts, and this is my theory based on learning that I have in my classrooms. So a theory maker who stands rooted in the what's gone before, but extend theory into new areas of knowledge. And therefore, based on this source, I think all teachers have a great opportunity, have a good opportunity to propose ideas, to propose concepts, to propose new theories based on classroom practices. Jadi menurut saya dengan these roles, Bapak Ibu juga punya kesempatan untuk mengajukan teori-teori baru dalam pembelajaran, Bapak Ibu. So this is a good opportunity to see yourself as a teacher researcher rooted in the classroom practices. So teacher researchers are maybe, I'm citing this from Suskin 2016, as a researcher, teacher can be innovators, curriculum drivers, agents of school change, and directors of their own professional development. This is very interesting. So you play various roles as teacher researchers, innovators, curriculum drivers, agents of school change, and also directors of your professional development. Right. So I think at this point, we have discussed three roles, the three identities that we have as a teacher. And I would like to take you to the next point, that is to the shift in ELT and also transient research. Now, let's go to question 2. Shift in ELT. Okay, what are the shifts? What are changing? Apa sih yang berubah di area kita, Bapak Ibu? So I think one of the major drivers of change that we have today is technology. And we can feel that, Bapak Ibu. We can feel that we are now moving. And even today's international conference is actually mediated by technology. I think in the last, 5 years ago, we did not have Zoom, right? I don't know, like maybe 10 years ago, we did not have Zoom. And I don't think that we could have online international conference if you talk about the situation in 10 years ago. But today we have technology, and that has changed the way we have interactions, especially we have this international conference today. And this is a very interesting fact. Today we have 7 billion people on the planet. I think more today, it's almost 8 billion people on the planet, and 5.1 billion have a mobile phone, okay? And only 4.2 billion people have a toothbrush. This is very interesting. And that means we use our phone more often than we brush our teeth. So more people have their mobile phone, but fewer people have a toothbrush, right? So that means technology has affected our life and the way we live our life every day. We have more phone here than a toothbrush. And today we have social media, and in the past we did not have social media. We share informations and we share things on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, and various types and models and platforms of social media. And we can also use those platforms for engaging students, not only in the classroom, but also in the digital space. No selfie, of course, but today we have selfie, and perhaps after this we can do a bit selfie. screen capture so that we have photo. In the past, we did not have screen capture, right? So information is growing as part of technology. Our problem in the past is an access to materials, right? I still remember that a couple of years ago when I want to, when I wanted to borrow books from my library in my campus, then I had to wait maybe 3 days or 1 week until the books were returned by the borrowers. Then the books are provided. Menunggu sampai bukunya dikembalikan di perpustakaan, baru saya bisa meminjam. But not today, because I have access to digital materials, right, Bapak Ibu? So today, many digital materials are available, and you can access that, and you access digital materials for your learning, and also provide the materials for your students. And that means also you can easily share the materials with your friends, and this is a good practice. So you can work collaboratively, share materials, and work together to improve learning for your students. Okay, this is a good thing for you. So technology actually is a dominant factor that has shaped our social environment. Okay, I think we have understood this. It's a dominant factor shaping our environment, and therefore today we have digital landscape, digital environment, which allows our students to access information and learning experiences outside schools and classrooms. And the opportunity is that learning, therefore, can be provided not only in the classroom, but also outside the classroom. We can engage our students even consciously or unconsciously. We can engage them in Facebook, we can engage them in Twitter, even in Instagram or other platforms, or even TikTok. You know, my students just developed these TikTok videos, and they post this, and all right, so that's actually a good example of how we can engage students to be creative and to put learning into a different, more kekinian types of media, Bapak Ibu. So it's kekinian gitu, Bapak Ibu, ya. So maybe you want to do that with your students too. So in digital landscape, we have to pay attention to two things, Bapak Ibu. Our students and also learning environment, of course. Why students? Because we need to understand that we have different students today, and we cannot provide a learning that we experienced in the past and give this type of learning to our students. What does that mean? That means our students learn, these students today should learn the way they learn, not the way we learn in the past. Bapak dulu belajarnya begini loh, kamu harus belajar begini. And that is so wrong. Well, not appropriate, Bapak Ibu. They have to learn the way they learn today, with technology, with the way they live, the way they use mobile phone, the habits, the activities that they do every day. And we should help them to use digital things that they have, right? They should learn the way they learn. They should learn in today's context, not based on our experience, right? So this is an approach that you can apply in classroom. So this is one example of how and what sort of materials that we can provide, because Gen Z, I think we have a new gen today. Mungkin generasi sekarang sudah berbeda juga, Bapak Ibu, ya. They are visual, lebih suka melihat gambar, tidak suka verbal, tidak suka membaca. They like to try and see, not sit and listen. If you ask your students to sit and listen for 1 hour, I don't think that will be relevant for your students, because today's student, they love to try and see, they love to go outside and do some activities. Therefore, the role of teacher is different. If in the past you are a teacher, today maybe you are becoming facilitator. So focusing on how and learner-centric, focusing on the learner, we pay attention to our students. And of course, now it's open book world. You can access the materials from everywhere, from every part of the world. Now,
well, Dr. Ardian, you still have 5 minutes left.
All right, so I'm going really fast.
Okay,
thank you, Pak Yudi.
Yes.
Maybe you face these questions from your students, Bapak Ibu. So, no, you were not downloaded, you were born. Mom, yeah, mungkin mereka merasa, it's just different life. And this is the learning that we had in the past, so factory learning style. Di masa lalu mungkin kita mengalami pendekatan di mana, okay, everybody has to learn the same thing. Everybody is, we produce a generasi yang siap bekerja. So we give different treatment, but not today. It's factory style learning. But today we have to provide innovative learning environment. So 21st schooling, and students should be encouraged to be lifelong, active, independent learners. The question is, if we are not available for our students, if we are not there, jika kita tidak bersama dengan mahasiswa atau siswa kita, apakah siswa kita akan tetap belajar? Should they continuously learn? So I think that's the question, right? We should give them an ability to learn independently, so that when we are not there, they can learn by themselves, by their own motivations, by their own skills, and also abilities. Mereka harus mampu untuk belajar sendiri gitu Bapak Ibu, sehingga kita akan menjadi mereka akan menjadi independent learners, right? So therefore, to encourage that kind of skill, to develop that kind of skill, we have to provide these three elements: openness, okay, open to all types of learning, and flexibility. Provide students with opportunities to learn flexibly, not only in the classroom but also at home, but also in the digital space, in other various platforms. And of course, we have to introduce them and also provide them with resources, especially technologies. So give them technologies, give them materials. Kalau kalian pengen belajar tenses ini, belajarnya di sini loh. Baca ya nanti gitu. Kalau kamu punya pertanyaan, tanya Pak Guru nantinya. So not only giving them opportunities to engage in the classroom, but also give them resources. Ini baca ya. Meskipun mungkin mereka nggak baca gitu Bapak Ibu ya, but at least you give them resources to explore. Ini ada aplikasi bagus, coba di rumah. Besok kita diskusikan. Try that. If we have these good apps, for example, then you have to try and download this, try, and we discuss that in the classroom. So these three elements that you have to provide: flexibility, openness, and resources, especially technology. So your role should be not as a dispenser of informations, but orchestrator of learning. So you orchestrate your learning. Jadi kita yang memfasilitasi belajarnya, Bapak Ibu. Bukan menyediakan informasinya, tapi kita menyediakan resource, menyediakan fasilitas, meskipun learning di kelas, tapi kita juga mendorong mereka to learn independently, to develop a sense of that I'm independent learner, dan mereka akan merasa, oh ternyata saya bisa belajar secara mandiri loh. And because this is very important, because students need this so that they can always learn, even if there are no teachers with them in the classroom or at home, right? So one example, I'm going to directly go to the last point, Bapak Ibu, karena waktunya mepet sekali. Tadi sudah diingatkan oleh Pak Yudi, so I'm going to jump to this point. So what to research? If our environment and our field has changed so much in the last 5 or perhaps in the last 10 years, so these are some topics that you can investigate in relation to your teaching. Kalau Bapak Ibu berperan sebagai peneliti, researcher, sebagai guru yang meneliti di kelasnya masing-masing gitu Bapak Ibu ya. So you can investigate these topics. So 10 innovations changing ELT. You can investigate, you can do research on digital platforms, online corpus, online CPD, bagaimana continuous professional development in the classroom, for example, mobile learning, and also bring your own device, how you can make use of students' different devices, gadgets, and how to communicate with people online through various platforms and also social media. And next is online authentic materials, and perhaps interactive whiteboard. And today we have also artificial intelligence, AI in the classroom. That is a very nice topic, very relevant. Materials like teaching, students steering their own learning. I like this part. And of course, teaching soft skills and critical thinking skills for your students. I think these are some topics that you can investigate in relation to your role as a teacher, as a researcher. Okay. So today, Bapak Ibu, if you want to investigate more, you can visit this website. And I think I'm going to let this topic today, the last topic today, we can discuss this after the session. I'm going to send this material to the committee so that you can get the material from today's sessions and we can have discussions. If you still have questions, but of course you can drop me an email so that I'll be very happy to answer your email, Bapak Ibu. I guess that's for this session, Pak Yudi. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you very much for Bapak Ibu for paying attention to my session. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Ardian. Yeah, it's interesting because at the first we are talking about who we are, like our identity, like personal, relational, and also collective, right? And
Yes.
also it comes to the conclusions. If I may conclude that nowadays learning is not only depending on the teacher, because if we are only focusing as a teacher, if we just deliver the knowledge, I think Google is smarter than us.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, Dr. Ardian, I think now we have a questions from one participant here. And okay, let me read it because the question is the chat box. Hi, my name is Nurlinayanti. I want to ask, how does the influence of research technology such as Facebook, Twitter, and etc., explained by Professor Ardian Setiawan, Bangka Belitung's food recipe and activities of royalty teen minors can it be made into research? Into research, maybe. Yeah,
into research, yeah.
Too many typo on the questions.
Yeah, but yeah, I think I understand the questions by Yudi.
Okay.
And the question should be about how should we include maybe local traditional values and or activities in our research, and how this affect our students' learning. So I'm quite familiar with Bangkanese culture, actually, because I lived in Bangka for 8 years, quite a while. So yeah, I lived in Bukit Baru, Pangkal Pinang for quite a long time before I moved to Malang in 2018. And I think bringing local values, bringing local issues to research, Bapak Ibu, I think is one of powerful values that you can do with your research. Jadi jika kita memasukkan isu-isu yang lokal itu, Bapak Ibu, itu akan membuat penelitian kita menjadi sangat menarik, Bapak Ibu. For example, you have local values in Bangka, and then you investigate, you put that in research, and you investigate how those local values affect students' learning. And I think that will be a very insightful topics to investigate and will be valuable. Bagaimana misalnya kebiasaannya mahasiswa sholat subuh atau apa gitu di pagi-pagi yang mereka lakukan as part of the culture, and that's how they affect the learning of the students in the classroom. That could be a very interesting topic. And besides that, of course, as been mentioned by Bu siapa tadi yang bertanya, saya lupa, Bu Nur ya, Pak ya. By Bu Nurlianti. Technology, of course, has changed the way we do research, Bapak Ibu. If in the past you have, like I show you here in the slide, kalau dulu kita punya polling, focus group gitu ya, phone interviews and so on, is shifting now. Hari ini kalau kita melihat ke bagian paling kanan, ada yang namanya game playing research. So you can do this, Bapak Ibu. You play games with your students and use that as research. Okay, play games, and also audience response, community forum, and then social media monitoring. Jadi Bapak Ibu memonitor sosial medianya siswanya masing-masing untuk belajar, gitu ya. Minta mereka untuk post. Oke, 1 bulan ini kalian harus post kalimat apa saja. Kemudian Bapak Ibu memonitor kalimatnya apa saja. Kemudian, and then you describe the types of sentences, how they progress. Bapak Ibu mendeskripsikan apa saja sih kalimatnya dan bagaimana mereka berkembang dari sisi membuat kalimat misalnya. So that's called social media monitoring, and that's a specific type of research. Itu ada jenis penelitiannya. Atau mahasiswa juga boleh gitu ya. Mahasiswa diwajibkan 1 bulan ini kalian harus posting dalam bahasa Inggris. Kemudian kita amati selama 1 bulan itu. So that's called social media observation or social media monitoring. And there's a specific methodology on that. Ada metodologinya sendiri. Ada location analytics, cloud-based, and many other types of methodologies. Which actually coming from, because we have different new technologies today, and that's sort of giving us a chance and giving us more opportunities to explore and use new types of methodology for our research. Jadi bisa melakukan banyak hal gitu, Bapak Ibu, di penelitian di kelasnya. Okay, thank you, Pak Yudi. I think that's the answer for Bu Nur's questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Ardian. By the way, I also follow you on Instagram.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and I saw some posts. It's about learning. So it means like learning can happen everywhere, right? Inside of the social media as well.
Yeah. Yes, Bapak Ibu. And actually, when we talk about learning, it's not always formal, right?
Yes.
We can do that in a formal setting. We can also do that in informal settings. We can, for example, approach our students in the canteen and ask them to, ayo coba ini apa yo. So just very informal sessions that we have with our students.
All right, I think that's it. Thank you very much, Dr. Ardian, because I think now we are going to go to the next presenter.
Yes.
And yes, okay. So I'm not going to conclude anyway because it's a lot of things that we can take from your presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you very much. And it was about like personal development and also identity and something like that. So thank you very much, Dr. Ardian, and see you again in another occasions maybe.
Thank you for the opportunity, Pak Yudi, and also thank you so much, Bapak Ibu. See you maybe, we'll see you. Thanks, bye.
All right, thank you, thank you. All right, Bapak Ibu sekalian, now we are going to have the second presenter, the second keynote speaker. She is Miss Lauren Carter. Are you here, Miss Lauren Carter? All right. Hello, Miss Lauren Carter.
Hello, sorry, I was muted there. Hi.
All right. How are you today?
I am great. I am ready to present. I'm excited for today.
Right. Yes, thank you very much. But before you present your paper, your presentations, let me introduce you at a glance a little bit. Lauren Carter, and currently you are the principal of Semarang Multinational School. Am I right?
Yes, yes, that's correct.
Yes, okay. And also you are affiliated to Master of Educational Leadership, graduated with distinction from University of Wollongong, Australia.
Yes.
Okay. So, Ms. Lauren Carter, you have about 30 minutes, and then following with this question and answer sessions a little bit.
Okay.
Are you ready for your presentations?
I am very ready. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much for the introduction. My apologies. My virtual background is not working. If I put it on, the virtual background is on my face. So nobody wants that for today. So let me begin by sharing my screen first of all. Are you able to see my screen? If I can get a thumbs up from someone that we're able to see it. We should be seeing the first page. Yes. And thank you to the first keynote speaker. I wrote down that I should follow you on Instagram then, so I can know what is happening in the research world out there. Okay. What I'm talking about today is actually quite similar to the first keynote speaker, Dr. Adrian, on a different path, but there's a lot of similarities. So what I'm talking about is visible learning, how to make learning visible for our students and optimizing that learning. So I'll be talking about a few different things, and if I only have 30 minutes, I will speak very quickly. I would also like to say, if at any time you have any questions, pop them in the chat. If I don't see them, I will get to them at the end of the presentation. Okay, as this is me. I am from Australia, schooled in Australia, but I'm here in Semarang. So if you're ever in the Central Java area, please drop by. We have many schools that come to our school to learn. So we bring a lot of teachers into our school. We do a lot of internship programs with universities, and we have interns from all over Indonesia that come here, and we have teachers come here because teachers should be learners. So, and when teachers come here, it helps us to learn, it helps them to learn also. Okay, if I was teaching, I would have session protocol, which I do whenever I teach anything. I understand it's probably not going to happen, but I will still say it anyway. Instead of me talking to black boxes, I would love to talk to faces. So if you are able to put your camera on, if you are in an environment that would allow for that, please do. And I see that you've already been put on mute, and participate. You cannot learn if you don't participate. So if you sit back and you don't listen and you don't join in, you will never get what you need from the seminar today. So also raise your hand at any time, raise your hand and ask. And I ask you to reflect. So after the presentation today, I ask you to reflect on your teaching and your professionalism and think about how you can be the best teacher you can be. All right. What we'll have today is we'll have a little bit of introduction, a little bit of theory, some practical implementations, and I'd love to have a discussion. So I hope later that someone will be brave enough to unmute and have a question, and we can discuss that together. A few things to talk about. Our learning intentions. So before you teach anything to anyone, adults, students, anyone, the learners must know where they're going. So what I'm doing now is I am modeling these strategies to you. So I am modeling what helps in the classroom with you guys today. So our learning intentions for today is that we'll understand what is meant by visible learning. We'll understand how visible learning optimizes a student learning, and we'll identify some key principles and processes. And we're going to identify a range of strategies. So I'm hoping that today from this presentation, you'll be able to take away a few strategies that you can implement into your classroom today. These are not strategies that require extra funding. They're not strategies that require extra technology. They are strategies that you can do to improve your teaching today. Visible learning would anyone care to raise their hand or give a reaction if they've heard of visible learning before? I'll give a moment, see if I can get a reaction, a thumbs up, anything on Zoom. Visible learning is something we talk about in Australia a lot. It's very common in professional development for teachers. It's common in our professional learning communities. And visible learning, okay, I didn't get a thumb, but that's okay. Visible learning can be defined as an enhanced role for teachers as they become evaluators of their own teaching. So visible learning and teaching occurs when teachers see learning through the eyes of students. Okay, we're going to talk about a few things, visible learning and using high impact teaching strategies to get that visible learning. So how is learning visible? How can we see not just the product, but the process? And this is how you can go from good teaching to great teaching. This is how you can go from having 45 students in the classroom and having only 1/3 know what you're talking about to making it applicable for everyone, understandable for everyone. So let's look at a few things here. So education these days. Dr. Adrian commented on this in the first keynote speaker. I don't know what's next. We've had online, we've had in person, we've had hybrid, we've had simultaneous, we've had them all again, we've had blended learning. What's next? And for those of you doing research in this area, artificial intelligence, it's technology. We have completely changed. This pandemic has completely changed the way that we view education. We will never go back to simple inside of the classroom teaching. We now have the ability to learn. I'm in Semarang. There are people from other places all over Indonesia joining here today to learn. So if one thing the pandemic has taught us, it's how to be more efficient with our teaching, how to be more accessible for everyone across the world. I don't know what you think number 6 is going to be. If you've got, it's your turn. If anyone has any ideas or suggestions of what they think number 6 might be, I'm excited. I'm sure that it will be a combination of all of these kind of teaching, and it means that teachers will need to keep up. So let me go back on that. If I go back, we recently hired some new teachers here at our school, and one thing we were looking for was, how good are your technology skills? As a teacher now, that is something you must have. You must be good with technology, you must be flexible, and you must be able to teach across these realms of education. Blended learning. So what we're looking at now as we move forward is blended learning. Blended learning means a combination. It means some students have their device at school, some students are at home, some students are doing independent online, some students are doing simultaneous online. Blended learning has to incorporate a strong pedagogical understanding. If you don't focus on the student and the teacher self-efficacy, it's not going to work. We have the ability to support this personal learning approach. Now that we have blended learning, you can meet the needs of all the students in the classroom. You can do it. You can group them. You can do different activities. You can use technology to better your classroom. However, there are a number of factors that need to be considered. If you're going to teach like this, if you're going to be in a school like this, you have to be prepared and you have to know it. And looking at research into blended learning, online learning, you have to look at research that's post-pandemic, because pre-pandemic, the research is nothing on what we actually know it to be right now. So I've linked a lot of readings at the end of this presentation. You need information from 2020 and above. 2020 and above will give you the real where we're at the moment. So we know what we are, but we know not what we may be. So our students don't know what they're going to be yet, and it is your job to guide them. And we have to motivate and guide and optimize their learning, because we don't know what they're going to be, and we have no idea what occupations in the future will hold. The skills that are required by our students, by the time they're in university, we won't even have those skills. So we have to keep up also. And it's about the integration of technology, the understanding of social media, the understanding of online presence. It's all really important, particularly in this day and age for education. Okay, so these are what? These are teacher skills. These are the skills that you need. And we need all of them. We need to understand technology. You have to understand technology. It's number one. You also have to be willing to learn, but the fact that you're here today means that you're willing to learn. There's flexible, adaptable, teamwork, communication skills, creativity, and patience. And I've asked this before to my team here too. Which one of these is the most important? So I ask you to reflect for one moment. Which one of these 8 is the most important and why? So you don't have to speak up, that's okay. Think to yourself, which one's the most important? For me, teamwork and collaboration is really important, because teaching can be really isolating, particularly online. Teamwork and collaboration is important. Communication, effective communication. When we are online, communication is not always effective. Sometimes we misunderstand, we misread body language. It's a different style of communication.
I think it's the internet from Lauren's side, Pak Yudi.
Yeah, maybe something happens to Miss Lauren Carter. Huh? Yeah. All right. So, Bapak Ibu, we are so sorry because now we got a problem with Miss Lauren Carter. Maybe she lost of the connections, maybe. All right. Now we are trying to contact Miss Lauren Carter. Well, Bapak Ibu, we just got some information from Mrs. Lawrence, and she said, please be patient. We are going to wait for about 2 minutes, and because she is now preparing for the better connections, maybe. Yeah, anyway, Bapak Ibu, you may provide some informations or questions in our chat box, and related to the presentations from the keynote speakers. And we just got confirmed from the 4th speaker, yes. So in this morning sessions, we are going to have 4, because just 30 minutes ago, we just got information that we are going to have 3 presenters for the morning sessions. But now the 4th speaker, Dr. Pratiwi Amelia, has confirmed that she will present the paper as well. Yeah, Bapak Ibu, we would like to remind you to fill the registration link, and then it has been provided in the chat box. So every participant, please fill the registration link in the chat box. All right, now Mrs. Lauren is back.
Oh my, I'm so sorry. And that's why we must be flexible and adaptable with our technology. So I'm back under the name of Siska, my dear teacher friend who helped me out for a moment there.
Okay.
Sorry, can I continue where I was up to?
Yes, sure, yeah.
Okay, let me just share my screen again here. Are we able to see it? Yes, we okay?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. All right, so I said you must be patient and adaptable, and that is what happens when we are teaching online. One must be patient and adaptable and not panic when your Wi-Fi doesn't work. Okay, this is an interesting thing to think about. The implementation of the technology can amplify great teaching, but great technology cannot replace poor teaching. So I ask you to think about that for a moment. So you can have great technology. You can use all the technology in the world, but if you don't have a strong pedagogical understanding and strong teaching practices, it won't replace, your technology cannot replace good teaching. So that is definitely something that we need to think about. And this is a really interesting article. I've linked it at the end of the presentation also. Okay, I'm going to skip over this one just quick, that one there. Okay, so using a different computer now. Online impacts of student learning. So being online, we have been able to look after our health. We have been able to maintain our knowledge. Self-esteem and motivation has been a positive and a negative. Some students have really blossomed with online learning, and some students have found it really isolating. We find that our high school students actually prefer online learning because they can get up in the morning and just be ready for school. Unfortunately, online learning creates a divide. Logistical restrictions. Not all students have the same access to internet. They don't have the same access to devices. So you have the learning loss, which you're seeing in Indonesia now. In Indonesia, it's really evident in schools that were able to run online learning successfully and schools that struggle with online learning. We're really seeing the impact of it this year. And I think it will be visible in the national exams. In the national exams in BK coming up, I think that'll be visible to see the learning that we've lost in the past few years. So this is how I teach. So when I'm teaching something, I introduce it, I explore it, we discover it, we understand it. So what that means, when I introduce something, we explicitly teach it. we teach it. We show how to do it. I'm going to show you that a little bit later on. Then we explore it. We give a worked example. We demonstrate it. We show through doing. We do different ways. How do you do it? How do I do it? How do different people do it? We discover. Through collaboration and activities, we've already had the explicit knowledge. We've already had the exploration time. Then through collaboration, we discover. Then we understand it. Once we're able to understand it, that is when you do your assessment. So when you're planning your learning, we never give an assessment before the students have learned it. We shouldn't. As teachers, we should not do that. We need to make sure that we have followed these steps first to ensure that they understand it, which is where your assessment, review, and feedback steps come in. So these are the steps to follow for effective, visible teaching for our students. So what we have here is in the beginning. So if I go back one, introduce explicit teaching. Clear objectives. If you remember in the beginning of my presentation, I discussed what were our learning intentions for this session. If students don't know where they're going, how can they get there? So you have to tell them today, this is what we are learning. These are the goals that we are trying to achieve. This is what we are doing with this lesson. Because students will think, but why? Why are we learning this? Why do I need this? Why is this relevant in my life? So if we tell them where we're going, the objectives, what is the teacher asking me to do? How can I complete this task? How do I do it? Where do I write it? How do I fill this in? What is this activity? One thing we use in our school and we use across our whole school is WALT. What are we learning today? And even our younger students in grade 1 can say, Miss, what's the WALT? What's the objective? What are we learning here? So if our 5-year-olds can discuss that, I'm sure that all students and teachers can discuss that. What are we learning today? Today we are learning to simplify fractions with similar denominators. Today we are learning to write non-fiction reports using paragraphs and opening sentences. Oh, sorry, someone had raised their hand and put it down. Okay, using the WALT helps the children to understand where they are going, what they need to do, and how to do it. Moving on from that, we talked about worked examples and teaching it multiple exposures. We cannot learn something one time. We cannot be told something one time and then know how to do it. We have to be exposed to something many times. Multiple exposures provide students with multiple opportunities to encounter, engage with, and elaborate on new knowledge. So we're teaching about non-fiction writing, or we're teaching math, or we're teaching science, or we're teaching Bahasa Indonesia, we're teaching anything, right? They need multiple spaced interactions with this new knowledge. Maybe we draw it, maybe we write it, maybe we discuss it, maybe we listen to it. Then tomorrow we do it again in a different way. What did I say about that? Can you tell me in your own words what I said? Can you explain it to a friend? Can you draw a picture of it? Can you write about it? Can you create a multimedia presentation about it? It should be multiple different activities over several days in different ways, because we all know that students learn in different ways. Not all students learn the same way, and they need multiple exposures to something, particularly in the lower years. We find this is the most effective in our earlier years for foundational lower primary. Differentiation. This is very important. If you take one thing from this presentation, this is it. Differentiation. You cannot teach all kids the same thing in the same way. Some students they're different learners. Some students are visual learners. Some students are auditory learners. Some students need more help. Some students need more extension. So some students will come in, if this is the level, some students are below the level, some students are above the level. You need to make sure that you are catering to all of their needs. I read an interesting thing about differentiation, and it said, if you teach the same to everyone, 1/3 don't know what you're saying. 1/3 get it. 1/3 already know it. So 2/3 of your classroom are wasting their time. That's a lot. 2/3 is a lot to be wasting their time. And it's easy. You need to think about, are your tasks achievable? This task that I am giving my students, are they able to do it? Are they too easy or too hard? Are you building on prior knowledge? That's another one, is if you're teaching, things should be connected. Things should be joined together. If you're teaching something that doesn't build on prior knowledge, students don't make connections to it. They don't relate it to their life. And then it's hard for them to retain. A one-size-fits-all approach doesn't work. It doesn't work. And I know what some of you will say, but I have 45 students and no time. It's difficult. It is difficult, but it's worth it if you can set it up for sure. In regards to differentiation, you have feedback. Feedback is one of the most important things in teaching. So after your students complete an activity, do you just say, okay, 90%, go. Okay, 40%, done. Or do you discuss it? Do you talk about it? Do you explain? Is there a rubric that explains their score? Is there information that tells them what went well, even better if? So that's what we use here at our school. That's the strategy that we use. So what went well? With this activity, what did you do well? But it would be even better if you were able to add these things to it. Our students are able to speak like this. Our students are able to say, what went well in my writing assignment was that I stayed on the topic. I used my own words. I paraphrased well. I put it into paragraphs. It would be even better if I checked my spelling and I understood the punctuation before I finished that. So using that kind of feedback gives them the positive reinforcement of what they did well, but it also helps them to the next level. How can I be even better in this learning that I'm doing? How can I take this and go further with it? Also, if you're busy and you have 45 children in your class and no breaks throughout the day, peer feedback, self-feedback, group feedback. They don't have to be all from you. They can be from their peers. Now, peer feedback, you have to teach that. You have to teach children how to give constructive feedback. Otherwise, they'll say, oh, I think it's good. That's nice. I don't like it. And that's not constructive. So you need to model how to give feedback, and you can use what went well, even better if. Feedback is also important for formal assessment, for daily journals, chronological assessment. It can be written if you have time, or it can be verbal during the session. They can talk about it. And you should also let them give you feedback on your lesson. They should give you feedback on your teaching and what you've done. Okay, so we're talking about multiple exposures. There are different kinds of learners. There's visual learners, auditory learners, reading, writing, kinesthetic. These are the different kinds of learners. Let me move my new notes. Visual learners, they need a graphic picture. They need to see it. They need to see a picture of it. And they have to be able to visualize it. Charts, diagrams, flow charts, something like that. Auditory needs to hear it. Maybe for English teachers, maybe there's an aspect of reading to them, reading the story out loud, having a peer read it to them, discussing it out loud. But then your reading, writing learners, if they just hear it, they're not going to retain it. So usually, this morning I taught English in my class. We looked at it, I read it, they read it. So that was a way to get each of the learners able to do it. Then they summarize what they had read, they retold what they had read to a peer. We put them with mixed ability groups, and then by the time the students had seen it, read it, heard it from another person, they were like, oh, I get it. I know what she's talking about, which is good. Kinesthetic learners are your more hands-on learners, and they're one of the hardest groups to differentiate for, particularly in
junior high, senior high. It's really difficult. It's more than about understanding and knowing. Maybe they're going to have bad behavior. They're going to be disruptive. They're going to be bored. So how are you going to keep them on track with those things? What kind of learner are you? So I would ask here, it's your turn. What kind of learner are you? So reflect on what kind of learner you are. I'm a reading, writing learner. If I don't read it, I'm not going to remember it. If you just tell me something, no, I'm not going to remember that. So if you think about what kind of learner you are and what kind of obstacles you face, it can help you in your classroom to understand what your students might need. Collaborative learning, worked examples. So I'm okay for time, it's 10:30. Collaborative learning. Again, if you think you don't have enough time and you have too many students and you don't have all of the technology, in the first one we talked about bring your own device. Our school has a bring your own device policy, so our students bring their own device. Not everyone has one. Not every student has their own device to bring. Collaborative learning is a way of using the technology that you have, using the materials that you have to support those who don't have it. Because we do, in our schools, we will face that, the differentiation between the students, who can bring these things to school, who doesn't have them, who has to share. If you have 4 children, you can't, you have your own 4 children, you can't have a computer for all of them. So when we put students into collaborative learning with meaningful tasks, that's the key word, meaningful tasks, students can negotiate roles. Okay, you're going to write it. I'm going to draw it. You're going to find the information. I'm going to put it together. You're good at technology. You're going to do the video aspect of it. This negotiation of roles is already them learning a skill. So you're not just teaching the skill, the content that you're teaching in the class, you're teaching them how to negotiate with peers, how to speak to others, how to understand, how to delegate. From there, they understand responsibility. What is my responsibility in this task? What do I need to do? And how can I do it? Allowing them to do this will give them ownership of their learning and the outcomes. If they have ownership, they're more likely to do it. They're more likely to retain it. Again, you cannot just give collaborative group work and expect students to be able to do it. It is something that you need to model. It is something that you need to teach. It is something that takes a long time. We've been doing group work in our school for years, and we still need to teach new students. We still need to teach the students we have in our class how to be respectful, how to be collaborative and cooperative in that. The other one, worked examples, was from the beginning. Show them how to do it. Don't just tell them, show them. I don't know if anyone's an early years teacher, but in the early years, they say that the teacher should talk even less. Say less, do more. Show it, show how to do it. There's no point in letting them struggle to work it out themselves. Why? Whereas teachers, we should be facilitating that. Show them, this is how I do it. How do you do it? They can refer back to this as they're doing their independent learning. And then they'll understand it. I wouldn't use worked examples in assessment. Of course we wouldn't, right? There is a time for worked examples is in the introduction section, in the beginning. When you're exploring, when you're discovering, when you're learning, that's when you have your worked examples. Actually, having a worked example reduces the cognitive load for students, and it actually makes it easier for them to acquire new skills. So when you ask students to do something, I want you to think about, what am I asking them to do? Which part am I assessing? So if I'm assessing this one small part here, why am I making them struggle in the whole part before it? Where does the support need to come in? How can you reduce that cognitive load to make it easier for them to get the new skill? Because the key is, what are you teaching? What are you trying to teach them there? I would do that in the beginning stages. So in the beginning stages of my teaching, that's where we use worked examples to help our students to understand where they're going with that. The last one, my last strategy for you, questioning. Ask questions. Okay. Teaching has changed, and you heard that in the first keynote speaker as well. It's not the same. The way we learn as children is not the way that we teach now. It's not the way that teachers, it's not the way that students learn. If you ask good questions, you can easily differentiate. You can focus just on product and process. And you can get more information and understanding about what they have learned. If you ask them a question in a respectful and caring environment, not in an interrogating kind of environment, if you ask them questions, you will see, oh, there's a part of this process that they're not quite sure of. As a teacher, you can then think, oh, if they're not sure of the process, did I really explain it properly? Do we need to go back a step? Do we need to go back to another worked example? Do we need to have another exposure to this? Do we need more collaboration? But as a teacher, you have to be strong enough to handle the feedback. So when the teachers say, when the students say, I don't get it, I don't know what you're talking about, that can't be, but I've already told you, you're not listening. You have to make the students feel safe and confident to contribute. If that's how you respond to their questions, they're not going to contribute. They won't say anything. So effective questioning, you get immediate feedback on student understanding. You ask a question, they give you the feedback that you need. You should be able to immediately see, is this learning visible? Is this really where we're going, or do I need to adapt that? Also, questioning does not have to be you. Peer, group, parent, self. There are so many ways that you can use the people around you to facilitate the learning instead of being the one who's always asking the questions. Okay. Do I still have some time?
Yeah,
Yes.
you still have 5 more minutes.
Okay, I will speak even faster, even though I'm already speaking fast. Okay, the next bit of information here is about maximizing learning. Routine. Cannot stress that to you enough. You have to have a routine, and your routine should be clear learning goals in the beginning. Set your learning goals. Multiple exposures, group work, follow the steps. Then the students will know, okay, she's teaching me this. I'm going to explore it. I'm going to do it with my peers. Then we're going to have the assessment. This way, the students are going to feel confident. They're going to want to learn. They're going to be motivated and inspired to be in your classroom. Health and safety just has to focus on that. in regards to mental health, physical health, we don't know what's going to happen, so who knows? Communication with everyone. That means other teachers, your superior at school, whether it's a line manager, a coordinator, a principal, a head of school, whatever it is, clear communication from them also, and you, parents, students, it has to be clear. Differentiation, critical thinking, group work. So these are the things that we need. These are the things that you need in your classroom. A way to do this, and I'm going to brush over this bit just quickly so we have time for questions, because the first keynote speaker mentioned it also, professional learning. So as a teacher, you have to continue to learn. Make sure that you're involved in a professional learning community. Make sure that you are continuing to grow with your professional learning. Zoom. Now that we can Zoom, there is no excuse to not join and be involved in professional learning activities. The reason you need it, the reason you need professional learning is because it builds professional capital. If you want to move up in your career, if you want to be hired at a new school, if you want to do research, if you want to be well regarded in your field. It builds professional capital. It allows for collaboration between peers, reduces isolation. As a teacher, particularly in times like this, it's been a tough time. I remember being told as a new teacher, don't reinvent the wheel. Teaching's already been, we already know how to teach. People know how to teach. Use the people around you. Use your professional learning community. Get resources from other people. Talk to them. Work together with them. Share. That way it will reduce isolation and improve your motivation. It will improve your motivation for that, for teaching. So this is where you reflect. What kind of teacher are you going to be? So I ask you to think about that. I ask you to think about what kind of teacher you're going to be. Here I have some recommended readings for you. I don't know if your university will give you access to them, but I would assume so. You can find a lot of them online also. So I give you a moment to reflect. I will stop my sharing. I don't know how to stop my sharing on this computer. Can you stop my sharing for me? Yeah. How? Pause share. No? Can you stop my sharing?
Bisa di stop nggak sharingnya? Okay, let me ask to the host first.
Okay, sure. In the meantime, in the chat here we go. Thank you.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Okay. How to conduct self-feedback for that question there. As a teacher or for the students? Can I get some clarification, or I can answer them both? For students, we do use what went well, even better if. The only way for students to conduct self-feedback is for them to really know what you're assessing. So what was I asked to do? Did I get there? We actually use, in my own teaching, I use a rubric for beginning, developing, and mastering. And I show what is a beginning level, what is a mastering level, what is a developing level. And then on the rubric, they see, oh, okay, I'm able to do it with a lot of assistance sometimes. So I'm beginning. Oh, I'm able to do it independently. So I'm mastering. I can do it independently in multiple different activities. I'm mastering. I use a rubric that outlines the learning goal and how to get to that learning goal. For teachers, we have assessment from other teachers. We have teachers drop by our classrooms, check on our teaching. Your harshest critics will be your students. So ask them, did you understand what we learned today? What did we learn today? What was the most engaging part of this topic? What did you find the hardest and why? And then you can get that self-feedback. You can get that feedback from the students and then adapt your teaching to better meet their needs. Is that okay?
Yeah. Okay, I think the question is from Pak Urip Widodo, right? How to conduct self-feedback. Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Lauren. So if I may conclude that maybe I got some interesting, one interesting sentence from you, like show them more rather than talking, rather than speak, right?
Yeah.
Because students will get easy to understand when they see the role model from the teachers. Okay. Well, we still have 5 minutes for any participants to have questions. You may raise your hand as a feedback or maybe as a questions, like what Ms. Lauren said in her presentations.
Yes, you have to be. If you don't raise your hands, you'll never know.
Yeah.
In what you said before about saying less and doing more, it also, we need to give space for the students to have their voice.
Yes.
If it's just the teacher talking at the front, then it goes back into that old school style of teaching that we remember as children, where the teacher said and we listened. But we didn't learn from that. We didn't learn from that. So this, the less we say, the more they say. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's also related to the presentation from Dr. Ardian. Like nowadays, learning, it should not be like teachers should not just deliver the knowledge, right? Because truly, maybe the technology is smarter than us. Students can find anything in the internet through Google, but how to manage and also how to process the knowledge that they got from the technology. Yeah.
That's a really interesting point about we teach students about digital citizenship.
Yes.
So it's about appropriate, because then you have online bullying, you have all sorts of other issues that raises. But teaching digital citizenship helps them to understand, is this source reliable? Can I use it for my research? Is this person, do I know them? Are they a stranger? Are they speaking to me how I want to be spoken to? So that's teaching digital citizenship. We actually teach that from reception, which is kindergarten B. We actually teach about digital citizenship from the last year of kindergarten.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's it. Thank you very much, Ms. Lauren. I also get notice from the participants that they asked for the slides that you presented. Maybe could you please share it in chat box, maybe? Yes.
I've moved computer due to my technical error in the middle there, which I'm so sorry. I sincerely apologize about that.
Yeah, or maybe you may send it. Yes,
yeah.
You may send it to the host, to the committee.
Yes.
All right. So
all right.
thank you very much, Ms. Lauren Carter. And it was like opening a new door for us as a teacher and also a teacher candidate, right? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. See you again in another occasions, and thank you. Well, Bapak Ibu, just got some notifications, and for this morning sessions, I'd like to say that we are going only to have three speakers, three keynote speakers, because one, like Dr. Pratiwi, she just contacted us that she said she has something to do in the morning, so she will present the paper in the afternoon session. So keep staying in this Zoom meeting in the afternoon. Well, for the third sessions of this morning sessions, right? For the third presentation, let me introduce you Dr. Zamzami Zainuddin. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Zamzami Zainuddin.
Okay. Assalamualaikum salam.
All right.
Ya,
okay. Apa kabar, Pak Zamzami?
Alhamdulillah baik.
Kabar baik. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu, Dr. Zamzami Zainuddin from University of Malaya. Am I right, Pak?
Yes, right, correct.
All right. Kuala Lumpur. And let me read a little bit about Dr. Zamzami. He pursued his bachelor degree in Indonesia, in Aceh, right? And also for the master degree in University of Malaya, and he pursued his PhD, Doctor of Philosophy, in the University of Hong Kong. So for today, Dr. Zamzami will talk about students' learning and engagement and interactive feedback and assessment. All right. So are you ready, Dr. Zamzami?
Okay, yes.
All right.
Sure.
So yeah, please.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, everyone. You can see my slide, Mr. Moderator?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, bisa ya. Okay. First, I would like to say that I'm very glad to be in this prestigious conference, and thanks to the organizing committee at Universitas Muhammadiyah Bangka Belitung, Indonesia, for inviting me as one of the keynote speakers for this prestigious international conference on language, education, and technology. My talk today will be on student learning engagement and interactive feedback and assessment. And actually talking about Bangka Belitung is not a strength, yeah, it's not strength for anyone, for any people, especially for me, because to me, Bangka Belitung is the land of inspirational and motivational life lessons, the land of Laskar Pelangi. Yeah, the story has tremendously affected my life motivation, especially in education. Hope one day we can have another conference physically in Bangka Belitung.
Yeah, amin.
Okay. My name is Zamzami Zainuddin. You can call me Zam. Saya orang Aceh dari Indonesia, but now working as a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Education, University of Malaya. I completed my PhD at the Faculty of Education, University of Hong Kong, HKU. Okay, okay. I would like to give a presentation about 20 to 30 minutes, a short presentation, because this is to engage student, because presentation beyond 30 minutes will not engage the participant. Okay, I also know that after this, you also will have a parallel session, yeah, paper presentation from the participant. Well, today I would like to present one of my paper about the rule of gamified e-quiz on student learning engagement, an interactive gamification solution for formative assessment system. So, talking about a learning engagement, this has become a research trend in education today, become a research trend in language learning around the world. If you search learning engagements, so many research published today about learning engagement in language learning and in education. So what's the meaning of engagement? Talking about engagement, that meaning about participation, yeah, how student involved in our learning, that's called as engage in our learning. Student attention, curiosity, interest, optimism in our learning, that's called as engagements. We published one of our article in the top journals, Computers and Education, about learning engagement. Ada 4 types of learning engagement. We research 4 types of student learning engagement and also specific theme, specific type of what engagement in student. The first is emotional engagement, the second behavioral engagement, the third cognitive engagement, and the fourth agentic engagement. And all of this engagement based on rave and think previous studies. So here we try to explore the specific themes of engagement. If you're talking about emotional engagement first, meaning that student learning with fun, this is effective, yeah, feeling. Student have a good motivation, enjoyment, curiosity, interest, confidence, enthusiasm. That's called as feeling engagement, emotional engagement. The second is physical engagement, behavioral engagement, how a student independent in the learning, persistence, they always come to class, participation, collaboration, that called as behavioral engagement, and then cognitive engagement. So students have a critical thinking and analytical thinking skill, that's called as cognitive engagement, having a good achievement. They have a great participation in competition, have a good concentration, problem solving, that's called as cognitive engagement. And the last is agentic engagement. But the last one is not really research, because mostly three type of engagement mostly research, but agentic engagement mostly applied for adult learners. What's the meaning of agentic engagement? Student try to motivate other student, try to give feedback to the teacher, try to give the feedback how to improve learning, that called as agentic engagement. Yeah, student dia biasa mostly applied for adult learners. They try to motivate, to support other student in the class, to having initiative to collaborate, to work together, that called as agentic engagement. Okay. How to measure engagement? There are many instruments in research. If you would like to do a research about engagement, there are so many. You can search on simple Google Scholar, especially from Rave, Sang, from John Rave. Many instruments already developed to measure student involvement, student learning engagement, and also in language learning. You can search. You can find many instruments to measure how students engage in the learning, either cognitive, behavior, emotional, or agentic. Okay, talking about cognitive engagement today, we can measure student cognitive engagement, memory using mind wave. Because not only just using questionnaire to measure are you having a good memory today, you memorize this, is sometimes is quite biased. So today we have a tool that called Neuroscale Mind Wave. So you can try that tool, and that tool directly connected to the computers, and you can see the concentration of the student toward the lesson. This is more objective than the questionnaire survey. You can purchase anywhere. At Shopee also available. Tak mahal, not expensive. Okay. If you want to do research, maybe you apply for research grant, you can do research about cognitive engagement using this kind of tool to research about neuroscience of student concentration in reading English, in IELTS, for example, in any type of language learning, you can use this. Okay, talking about learning engagement, in any publication, they always relate learning engagement with digital technology. All learning engagement, if you search in language journal, language learning journal, all related to digital technology. Okay, for example, if you search engagement, also used in reading, in technology enhanced text adaptation, all. If you search in top journals, especially in Web of Science or Social Science Citation Index journals, you will find that all engagement research related to use of different type of technology. Because why? Because students today are digital native. They are more engaged with technology because technology is more fun rather than not using technology, especially games today, the generation of games. So how to bring that game into learning become more fun, especially in language learning. That's called as engagement. Okay. Okay, this is top journals in language learning. If you want to read and research and also be a reference for engagement in language learning, you can see what type of technology they apply in their research. Okay, in the language learning, in reading, in writing, in speaking, in listening, in grammar, any type of learning language you can see from the computers and computer-assisted language learning call, computer-supported language learning, from foreign language channel, from Recall, any type of journal. And all of these journals are from top publisher. Very good resources for you. If you want to write paper, please refer to top journals like this one. This is a credible journals in language learning. And today, you know this, right? Engagement make learning fun and directed to positive learning outcome. Social media, social networking site today, everyone can learn by themselves. Like Fiki Naki, for example, learn English by themselves, learn any language by themselves, by himself, okay? Because of fun, because of social media is fun. You can learn English from TED Talk. This is, I think, is very, very popular, very familiar with English student to practice your listening skill to native speaker, to how to the way to talk in front of people for presentation. You also can learn from TED Talk. There are many hundred apps available on your Play Store, on your Android. So you can search Android, the most one in education that from language learning. All language are available that you can learn from any type of apps on Android. So this is opportunity for us, especially for you as a language teacher, language learner. So you can use any type of technology to improve your language learning. And talking about games, game is one of the very popular tool for today to engage students in the learning. Talking about games, there are different type of game in language learning. There is a game that called online games, very popular. You can search on Google, game to improve IELTS, game to improve speaking. There are so many games. And also games offline. Scrabble is very popular with English learners. This is called as non-digital game. Also digital non-educational game like Pokemon, like Minecraft. This is non-education, but we can apply into education to be to practice the learning process. And now popular with gamification. You know what's gamification? Gamification is not game-based learning. Gamification and game-based learning is different. Now very popular gamification in language learning. If you want to research and publish, is very easy to be accepted today in top journals about how to apply gamified learning in language learning. Okay, how to motivate your student in learning English, in learning any language. Gamification. What's the meaning of gamification? Gamification is not playing game, but gamification is to adopt game element, motivation, competition, challenge, punishment, reward, to put in the non-game context. That's called as gamification. Element from game we adopt, we apply in non-games context that called gamifications. That's the difference between game-based learning and gamification. Game-based learning is not popular anymore today in research. If you publish game-based learning, it's not popular today, but publish about gamification that become a novelty in today's research. Gamification, how to motivate students using point, leaderboard, avatars, badge, stickers to motivate students. So when talking about gamification, you will also discuss about, this is the component, a big element of gamification, including dynamic, mechanic, and components. Positive element of gamification that we apply in non-game context. Okay, this is the gamification. A very simple gamification platform in education that you already have practiced, like Kahoot, Quizzes, Udemy, Duolingo, iSpring, GetBash, Intuitive, Talent LMS, so many platforms that you can practice to apply gamification. So we have research about gamification also here. Formative assessment. Formative assessment, you can apply formative assessment using Kahoot. But if you purchase Kahoot with not free user, if you update your user to be pro update, you can access many different type of question. You can provide to student different type of assessment. You can provide to student with Kahoot, Socrative, or quizzes. Talking about gamification, initially applied in business sector. You know, like Grab. You know, Food Panda, Grab, Gojek in Indonesia. When they drive food to your home, that they play game because they get a reward star, right? That competition. Grab driver compete with time. That's games. Grab driver compete to get point from the customer. That's game. To apply game element into non-games context. So many business today playing game in their business. You shopping in Shopee is like playing game. They make you like playing game, addicted to shop, to go for shopping. That's called as gamification. And how to make students today addicted to learning, like playing game. We adopt gamification applied in learning, and student will be addicted to learn. That's called as gamifications. This is all type of gamification applied in business sector. Okay. Also in health. Okay, running. Yeah. Cleaning house. There are so many apps today to motivate people to clean house. Yeah, you will get a reward point. That's called as gamification. We also can gamify our life. To gamify our life, to challenge ourselves. Today's performance must be better than yesterday's performance. Tomorrow performance must be better than today's performance. We need to kita harus mentraktir diri kita sendiri. We treat ourselves and we give reward to ourselves and we punish ourselves if we don't achieve that. That's called as gamifications. Okay, we game ourselves. So we can apply this in education, especially in language learning. And today this become very novelty research in language learning. Okay. And another type of engagement platform that popular today is collaborative web-based interactive presentations. Today, people use like Mentimentor. Yeah, Mentimentor, that student can also respond to the presenter. They can type, student can type using their smartphone, they answer the question and directly appear on the teacher's slide presentation. So teachers present the slide presentation is not only belong to teacher, but also belong to student. Student can directly respond. For example, through this presentation, you cannot respond to my PPT, but when using Mentimeter, student can comment directly to PPT. That's called as interactive presentation. You can use this for your teaching the language. Yeah, this is the example. For example, you can apply this. For example, please mention 5 vocabulary today in the morning. Okay, typing. You can see how many vocabulary student write in the morning. This is as ice breaking in the first meeting of your class. Yeah, you can ask your student, please type 5 vocabulary, everyone. I will appear like this. This is interactive and engaging learning for the language. You also can provide an open question, ask anything, and some people shy to ask, yeah, and they can type. When we ask students to please ask question, no one ask question. But when please type question, all type question. Okay, so this is also one way to engage student. That student not brave, ya, tak berani untuk question, use verbally. They can write. This is a kind of engagement and the learning. Okay. I published one article about a couple of months ago in the Jakarta Post about what do we expect from post-pandemic education in Indonesia. Okay, now is a very good time for us, educator and student, to use more technology. Why? Because to engage, to use technology to improve the learning. COVID-19 bring positive advantage. Di balik musibah ada ada advantage, yeah. Behind the challenge ada opportunities. That what I published in the Jakarta Post. COVID-19 forced everyone, ready or not ready, must be ready to use technology. And today everyone use technology. At the first time, all frustrated using Zoom. Where to click, teacher? But today using you close your eyes, everyone can use Zoom. That's the technology. So I published in the Jakarta Post that before pandemic, educators only know social media platform like Facebook, Twitter, yeah, TikTok. But after pandemic, all of us familiar with Zoom, yeah, like today we have a Zoom, Google Meet, Microsoft Teams, and any platform. So we need to use this as opportunities for us to use technology in language learning, because after a few moments we will have a metaverse era. We will have a metaverse era. So I will explain later about what's metaverse era. So today you also can learn from MOOC here. You can get certificate, TESOL certificate from any different institutions. Some free, some need to pay. Yeah, you can join the Stanford, Harvard for free. You can register from Indonesia also available. Okay, MIT. Yeah, TESOL certificate. You can get TESOL certificate to improve your teaching skill. And what next? This is what next. What Lauren just now asked, what next after blended learning, after hybrid learning? So in the future, we will have the metaverse, the new reality era. This is a metaverse era in the future. So teacher must understand what's the future of teaching style, what the future of technology in the learning process, in the classroom. This is called Oculus, yeah, produced by Facebook. Okay, later in the future, we will have a virtual face-to-face. So we don't need to go to one country to have a conference. We can sit in our own home. So, but we can have coffee together. We can meet together using a metaverse. So this is called as a metaverse. Okay. In learning also, in learning English. Hi student, where we are learning today. Today we are going to learn in Australia. Today we are going to learn in the US. So we can set the place where we learn together, but we stay at our own home. So this is a call as metaverse era. Okay, using Oculus. You also can purchase this Oculus, but people today use Oculus only to play game. Yeah, but if we can use Oculus for our education, for teaching and learning. Okay, I have a question. apakah teknologi bisa menggantikan peran guru? Will technology will replace the role of educators in the world? What do you think? Apakah teknologi will replace the role of teachers? Do you know robot teacher? Today dia ada robot teachers. There is a robot teacher. Do you think that robot teacher will replace the teacher in the future? Okay, the answer is, technology isn't the hero. Okay, educators are the hero. Technology will never replace a great teacher. Teacher must be creative. Okay, technology will never replace a great teacher, but teacher will be replaced by other teacher who use technology. So your competitor is not technology, but your competitor is other teacher, other lecturer who smart in using technology. So if you are teacher, if you are future teacher, if you are lecturer, professor, you don't know technology, you will be replaced by your friend who understand technology. So this is the era of the day. Okay. Okay, I think that's all my presentation for 20 minutes. If you have question, you can email me or you can ask now. You also can Google my name you also can search my name on the Google for social media, Zamzami Zainuddin, and you can find everything about me on the Google. I also welcome anyone who want to apply for PhD and also for Master by Research. I will supervise you at University of Malaya Faculty of Education. Please. And one thing, Mr. Moderator, this is a good news for you. I am one of the editor from the book Springer, Singapore, Springer Nature. We would like to have a call for book chapter. This chapter will be indexed in Scopus and will be published in 2023, free. So any one of you have articles, you can submit your articles to us. And we will review your articles to be published in book chapter for next year for the Springer Singapore. And the topic will be about the post-pandemic education, SDG 4 about education. And the topic is about learners' engagement in virtual learning environments, digital solution for sustainable education, alternative assessment for remote education setting, and also continuous professional development for teachers in the COVID recovery phase. And also we would like to have a qualitative evidence of teaching and learning during the pandemic. This is the comparative study between Malaysia and Indonesia and to be published in a book chapter by the Springer Nature Singapore. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and I give back to you and we can have a discussion. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Zamzami. It was like a very interesting discussions about students' learning and engagement and interactive feedback and assessment. There are so many ways related to technology like that can be used as a teacher to assess students. Well, Bapak Ibu, we still have time, and if you have any questions, you may raise your hand and then unmute yourself and ask directly to Dr. Zamzami. Yeah, Bapak Ibu, if you have questions, you may raise your hand. Yeah, interesting that Dr. Zamzami said that the technology will not replace teacher, but the teacher can be replaced by the other teacher who are familiar with the technology. Yeah, it is like, oh yeah, as a teacher, we also need to notice ourselves that are we good in technology? Because nowadays technology cannot be denied, right? Technology is not an enemy, but we should make a friend with the technology. Well, Bapak Ibu, if you have any questions, okay. Now I see Pak Rian. You may unmute yourself, Pak Rian. You can ask directly to Dr. Zamzami.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure. I can hear you.
Okay. Hello, Dr. Zamzami. Your presentation is really fascinating to me, and especially about NeuroSky, the tools that I will use for my thesis proposal now for my PhD research. And then I would like to know that about NeuroSky itself. Maybe I'm really sure that you are really involved to the tools. So I would like to know about do you have any problems or difficulties using the technology, especially for NeuroSky, into your research? Maybe technical problems or the student itself that not fit into what you want what you want to do or what you want to expect from the student itself, Dr. Zamzami.
Okay. Yeah, sure. We have a problem today in research, especially on the side of student. Yeah. So in doing this research, we need to do several tests. Not only one test. We need to do like repetition, and then we need to compare with one test and other tests and other tests. So we need to compare. And the research of NeuroSky in social studies is very limited now. We don't have enough reference to do about that. So you can do any research about this, and if you encounter any problem, you can put as a limitation of your study at the back of your study, and then we cannot expect a too perfect from this research. From any research, we cannot expect any perfect result. We also do that. We don't have any perfect result for research, but please provide the limitation of your study at the end of your research and recommendation. What limitation and what you recommend for future research. And I think that's one of the element of our research is limitations. So this also can be a recommendation for the company, for the company to improve the technical issue of the tool, and also recommendation for future researcher. Put any several recommendation for researcher, recommendation for the company to improve the tool. So that would be very valuable from your research for them to improve. I think that, Mr. Rian.
Yeah,
don't worry.
From Dr. Zamzami. Pak Rian.
Yeah, don't worry.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Zamzami. Really helpful for me.
All right. Thank you very much. So, yes, the limitation in every research should be well maintained, right? All right. Now, okay. Now we still have another questions from. Okay, Miss Maliana. Okay, you may unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yudi. Can you hear me?
Oh, that's fine. Yes, sure. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Zamzani, for your presentation today. Actually, I want to continue the Mr. Rian question about NeuroSky, because you mentioned in the first beginning of your presentation that NeuroSky only can test about the behavior, the cognitive of students. So we only know this one part of education goals, like cognitive, affective, and psychotic. And with this NeuroSky, we only can use it to measure the cognitive part. Do you have any recommendation tools that we can use to recognize about the student goal in the affective side, like their behavior? Because I know in our brain there are like 6 spots on our brains that can engage or enlighten our behavior. Like that part, it's different part from the cognitive side. So do you have any recommendation tool to be used to measure it beside rubric maybe, or instrument for to do assessment in part of the behavior side? Thank you.
Okay, of course you can do, but most research in the world, they do a correlational studies to correlate between 4 variables. So you can collect data, for example, three of engagement using questionnaire, and another one using this tool, and then you can also correlate the whole variable to be one, and you also can analyze using a structural equation modeling. You also can use yeah, first you need to focus on cognitive first. Use and measure student cognitive, and see also, evaluate also their behavior by checklist, how their movement, how they're emotional. You also can evaluate, and you also need to connect. You should not be separate should not be, but you need to connect to each other, because the main purpose of this tool is for cognitive, but cognitive is also affected by others engagement. Cognitive also affected by engagement. Emotional, cognitive also affected by emotional, cognitive also affected by agentic. So you need to relate. Okay, you need to relate the cognitive one into other type of engagement when using this tool. I think there's no problem. You can do that. You can do it in different way. Okay, no problem. The most important thing that you have reference. You have reference, and how, for example, if you want to use the instrument, make sure that from where you adopt the instrument, or if you want to develop the instrument by yourself, make sure that you develop and validate your instrument by yourself. I think that's
all right. Do you have any more question related to the answer from Dr. Zamzami, Ibu Yusmaliana?
Yeah, thank you for that recommendation. Can I have that kind of rubric or instrument related to that behavior from your before research, maybe, so I can adapt it to my research?
my instrument. Okay, you can email later. I will send the instrument.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right. So technology doesn't.
But you need to validate the instrument, because not all instrument is appropriate to be adopted in different environments. Yeah. Okay, in my environments, but maybe it's not appropriate to be in your environment. So that's why you need to validate your instrument later. You can send your instrument to the expert, and you also can do a pilot experiment first to select which variable, which item is appropriate to your student or not. Yeah.
All right. All right. So thank you very much. So maybe after this, Bu Yusmaliana may contact Dr. Zamzami directly by email, right? for the next questions. All right, Bapak Ibu, if you still have another questions from other participants, you may raise your hand and then unmute yourself. We still have about 10 minutes before a break, and then we're going to continue in the afternoon sessions. So if you still have another questions, please. All right. I think it's clear enough, Dr. Zamzami. Yeah,
Sure.
your presentation was like very interesting, because especially I got, I think about last 2 months, I went to Bandung, and also we talk about like metaverse learning. That was from Universitas Cyber Muhammadiyah, and also they don't have any physical campus, and then the learning or the teaching activities is happening in the like virtual room where everyone can meet, and so we don't need to come to meet in a specific country.
Right,
just use the tools. When I said like, wow, it was like very interesting. That is today, and we don't know for the future. Maybe the technology will improve significantly.
Yeah. But right. the avatars, the face of participant is still 2D. It's not like the real our face. Yeah. Now still develop to be the real like our face. So in the future, we can meet everyone. We also can meet the people who already passed away, yang dah meninggal. We also can meet them. For example, we can meet Albert Einstein. They have a program, and also can discuss with Albert Einstein in the future of program.
All right. Okay, Bapak Ibu, if you don't have any more questions. Okay, we still have one more questions from. Okay. Okay, Okay. Which one? Okay. The questions is from Bapak Iskandar, and then what learning and engagement education in Indonesia. So he asked Dr. Zamzami about identifying what kind of learning and engagement education in Indonesia. Because yeah, maybe because you said that you are Indonesian, right? Okay.
So what's the meaning? Learning and
Yeah.
engagement?
Or maybe yeah, you can answer in general. What kind of learning and engagement in education field, especially happening in Indonesia? What kind of engagement maybe? Yeah, the question is quite short.
All
Yeah.
type of engagement. I think it's similar to other countries also.
Yeah.
Different type of engagement. Engagement also different by culture, different by
Yes.
culture.
Yes.
I have been in Hong Kong for about 5 years. The learning culture in Hong Kong, in East Asia, is very different with our culture in here. The culture of China, Japan, South Korea, Macau, Taiwan, the culture of their learning, they like to learn by themselves, self-directed learning. They don't like collaboration. They don't like working in group. Okay, that's their culture. And also they had when they have their friend asking question in the class.
Okay.
Because most of students from from East Asia, they are very smart, very brilliant, but they don't speak. They don't speak too much. If you see their IELTS score, IELTS or TOEFL,
Yes.
their writing is very high, reading is very high, but speaking is low. They are good in mathematics and science. These typical students are very engaged in cognitive.
Okay.
Cognitive. Yeah, this is based on culture. Very engaged in cognitive, very high concentration, very serious in learning. Yeah, self-directed learning. They don't want to be disturbed by other students. Just work alone. But I think like students in Indonesia may be very engaged in what in agentic, maybe in behavioral, maybe very active in the class, motivate other students, very fun, make the class more interesting. That also kind of engagement. When the class is boring, maybe some students make a joke to make the class become mencair. That's also kind of agentic engagement. Students have initiative to make the class engaged. So this not happen in other country, maybe very serious, very serious. Including here in my classroom here, also very serious. I think also that's happened in Indonesia, Sometimes jokes, bercanda is mixed in the teaching and learning. It's fine, no problem. Okay, as long as the joke is still tolerate, I think that's no problem. As agentic engagement.
All right. So it's like agentic engagement where the students can act as can improve their activity in the classroom, like they can act as an adult, right? Yeah. So okay, I think that's it, Pak Iskandar. Maybe because I do agree with the answer that engagement, it depends on the culture and environment actually. Because each country will have different kind of engagement. Right, Dr. Zamzami?
Yeah, right.
All right. So, Bapak Ibu, I think, it's already 12:30 in Indonesia. Maybe in Malaysia, we got different 1 hour, right?
Yes. Right.
So I think that's it from this session, from this morning sessions. But we are going to continue to the next or to the afternoon sessions, which will be moderated by Dr. Rini Arianti in the afternoon with different keynote speakers. But before I close these sessions, we are going to award the certificates to the 3 speakers in this morning sessions, and so please do not leave the meeting first. Ya, silakan. Okay. Yes. All right. We are still waiting for the operator to show the award certificate for the speakers, for the keynote speakers in this morning sessions. At first, we have Dr. Ardian Wahyu Setiawan from Polytechnic Negeri Malang, and then all right, here the first one, the certificate is awarded to Ardian Wahyu, Doctor of Educations, Doctor of Educations, and then the next certificate will also be awarded to to Dr. Zamzami Zainuddin as the speaker in this morning sessions. And one more, maybe for this morning sessions, we still have Miss Lauren Cotter, Master of Educations. Yes. So this certificate is digitally awarded through this Zoom media. However, we are going to send this one to each of you. Thank you very much, Dr. Ardian Wahyu Setiawan and Ms. Lauren Carter, Master of Educations, and also Dr. Zamzami Zainuddin for giving your presentations. It was like a very interesting to the future, maybe, especially for these three presentations. I think there will be like a following up in the future for future research. Okay, thank you very much, Bapak Ibu sekalian, for having me as the moderator in this morning sessions, and we are going to meet again in another special occasion, because in the afternoon, Dr. Rini Arianti will guide you as the moderator of the afternoon sessions. I remind you that in the afternoon session, we are going to have 4 presenters. The first one, the second, and also to replace the morning sessions like Dr. Pratiwi Amelia, she will present her paper in the afternoon. So keep healthy and thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
you.
Dimatiin ya. Oh, udah. Maju. Mulai ya, Bang. Tes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to continue the second sessions of International Conference on Language, Education and Technology 2022. The second sessions, we have 4 keynote speakers. They are Dr. Hendy Pratama from Universitas Negeri Semarang, Mr. Balaz Vankovits, PhD from University of Debrecen, Hungary, Mr. Peder G.M. de Jong from Leiden University, Netherlands. And also we have Dr. Pratiwi Amelia from Universitas Muhammadiyah Bangka Belitung, Indonesia. The next agenda in the second sessions will be moderated by Ms. Rini Arianti, PhD. Ms. Rini Arianti, PhD, is the one of the lecturers of Universitas Muhammadiyah Bangka Belitung. Now, she has been completed her doctoral degree in University of Debrecen, Hungary. For Ms. Rini Arianti, PhD, you are pleased.
Thank you, host. Is my voice audible?
Yes. Yes, Miss.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, organizer, for inviting me to be a moderator in the afternoon session. So I will introduce our first speaker in the afternoon session, Dr. Hendy Pratama. He obtained his Bachelor of Education in English from Semarang State University and Master of Art in Applied Linguistics from University of Queensland. And he earned his doctoral degree in linguistics from University of 11 Maret. He is currently teaching at Faculty of Language and Arts in Semarang State University, and he was a project secretary in the development and quality improvement of Semarang State University from 2013 to 2017. His research interests includes education transformation, linguistics, programmatics, implicatures, and politeness. So Dr. Pratama has published numerous articles in international reputable journals and 3 books. And today, Dr. Pratama will deliver a talk entitled Linguistics, Identity, and its Prospects in Communication. To Dr. Pratama, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rini, and I would like to have some time to prepare for my presentation. May I know what is the duration or what's the time that I've got here?
The total is 40 minutes. 30 minutes for your talk and 10 minutes for question and answer session.
Oh, thank you. Okay, without further ado, let me start my presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hendy Pratama, and today I would like to present linguistics, identity, and its prospect in communication. It's supposed to be communication, but then because most of the time I'm dealing with digital communication, then I put the word in bracket there, digital communication. I hope you don't mind. So first of all, I'd like you to see the pictures here that I've got in my presentation here. So there is a phenomenon of the language experts these days. Like if you think about language experts nowadays or linguists, most of the time you're thinking about people who've got their doctoral degree or master degree in linguistics, and then probably professors in language. That's the definition that I can agree on, and I think most of you can agree on. However, nowadays we have a kind of different language expert in the mind of the public. Looking at the picture now, the first picture is Mr. Fikinaki, and he's a polyglot. He can speak many languages and he's very popular. And the second one is Mr. Ivan Lanin. He's also very good in language, and also he's got a very deep understanding of language and also language rules, especially in Bahasa Indonesia. Now, both of them, those experts are more recognized by the public more than the rest of Indonesian linguists combined. So you and me here, we are like, we've got our doctoral degree or master's degree in language, and then some of us also professors here. But then public doesn't really recognize us. So people know exactly who Fikinaki is and then Ivan Lanin, and when they've got language problems or linguistics problem, they will turn into their channels and they ask questions to them. And that's the reality of today's communication or digital communication. Whether or not you are actually experts, probably you are really experts based on your publications or the way how you write books, or you have certain, let's say, expertise. But then if you're not really viral or famous on the internet, then probably your, let's say, your expertise wouldn't count. That's what I'm trying to say. Now it comes to my observation or conclusion, let's say. I've got like some hypothesis why do those language experts like Fikinaki or even Mr. Ivan Lanin, they don't have formal education and they don't have these formal degrees in language and also linguistics, but they take over the status of the key opinion leaders in language or key opinion leaders in linguistics from us. Who are we? We are people from language, from linguistics, from language education, but we are not the key opinion leaders according to the modern days or today's definition. Now I have three hypotheses here. Why those language experts like Fikinaki or Ivan Lanin, they can like get the key opinion leaders position, being invited in many webinars, seminars, and even offline seminars, because we are, as real linguists, we distance ourselves from digital world. And that's something that we have to address. And second of all, because language researchers may not have mastered the content creation techniques or even digital marketing. Nowadays, ladies and gentlemen, in digital communication, if we are not using the technique of content creation and we're not using the technique of digital communication or digital marketing, then no matter how good our mastery is, or even how great our mastery is in certain problems or certain disciplines like linguistics, for example, probably we are not known by the public and we wouldn't be recognized by the public. And that's the risk that probably we have to assess right now. We have to do something about it. And this is like hypothesis number 3 then. Linguists still use the same approach when writing in academic media and also on social media. So what I'm saying is that now we've got our own social media, like we are linguists, but at the same time, we are also people who have Instagram. We also have Facebook. We also have TikTok sometimes for us to scroll or to look at funny things on the internet. However, we are not using them properly. We are using formal languages in making caption, for example, in making, let's say, photo shoot or videography. It's supposed to be related to the social media, but the way how we create our postings on social media sometimes not really different from the way how we write in academic media. So basically, for some people, it's boring. For some people, it wouldn't go to the targeted audience. So basically, that's the reason why those celebrity from the internet, they take over the key opinion leader. So that's my hypothesis go right now. Anyway, we've got like 42 people with us here. Can I see your thumbs up? Maybe cyber thumbs up, your emoji. Probably. Thank you, Burini. I couldn't see anything. here. I would like to see some cyber thumbs here. Anyone? Miss Nur Fatimah, thumbs. Click the icon. Oh my God, I feel alone. I feel alone. I feel lonely right now. It's okay. It's like usually we still need to see whether or not people behind the screen are actually present. But then I don't really get the feedback I need here. So basically I'm speaking on our own here. Okay, so only Burini and also the committee from Icolet and Miss Nur Fatimah probably, yeah. It's okay, but I expect that people who really join the seminar can get the best of it. How to do it then? Although you are in Zoom, probably you can also participate in some attention and also some questions probably, and also as simple as giving us this thumbs up. For example, like this. For example, thumbs up using your responses, right? Reaction, thumbs up. I can give thumbs up to myself. How about Miss Nur Fatimah? Can you give me thumbs up? Could you? Miss Iful, yes, thank you very much. I'm desperate for thumbs up because in daily basis, usually I've got like 100 to 1,000 like or thumbs up on my Instagram, and now I can get like only 4 in this room. It's okay. Let's continue. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to see what's next to offer here. I would like you to become a teacher influencer. So teacher influencer is not only for teacher but also for lecturer. So regarding this digital communication, in order for teachers or lecturers to be relevant, then we have to be embracing the concept of teacher influencer. What is that? So teacher influencer means that teachers are expected to share their best practice using digital platform, especially social media, to reach wider audience. Because if you think about it, for example, if we use only our classroom to spread the ideas, it's only 30 people, right? Most of the time in a big class is like only 50. In a big audience or big hall, it's only 100. But using teacher influencer technique, if you become an influencer on social media, you can like teach for 10,000 people. You can teach like 100,000 people. Why? Because the power of social media. Right, for example, that I use TikTok live or Instagram live. Sometimes I teach and I make it live on TikTok, and then like 1,000 or 2,000 people are watching me at the same time. Like it's really heartwarming, yeah, because people actually they are looking for knowledge, but sometimes they are looking at the wrong place. And then they go to the internet and they can only get entertainment, but they are not really getting the knowledge. So we offer them a channel, we offer them the place or digital platform for us as teachers to share our best practice, and then the wider audience can also enjoy the knowledge that we offer them. Okay, that's the idea. Next is that specifically for language research or linguistics, I would like to offer you some insights on how social media and the internet can be used for language research. For example, first you can use the internet or social media as data sources. How to do it? Well, we can like draw data from comments, from postings, and then from memes, for example, and we study them. So we would like to capture what's happening in our society through the social media and through the internet. And that's like the main function of language research, the main function of the internet and social media as the source of data for our linguistics endeavor, or for example, linguistic research. And the second of all is that we would like to use the internet and social media as the, social media and the internet, we would like to use it for learning new technique. So if you like to learn new techniques, for example, long time ago, I didn't know how to do ANOVA or MANOVA or MANCOVA. I can use the internet to study them. And like last year, I'm like really dedicated to learn how to do structural equation modeling, for example, dimension reduction, principal component analysis. I didn't know all of them, most of them, but because of the internet, like this year, I can teach my students how to do structural equation modeling, path analysis, and also dimension reduction, for example. So in the internet can be as the tool to learn new technique. And the third one is that we would like to use the social media and also internet to disseminate language knowledge, for example, linguistic knowledge, in a way that is more accepted by the society. I can teach linguistics in classroom, but it only reaches like 30 to 60 people. But through my TikTok and then through my Instagram, I can like give linguistic insight or language knowledge to thousands of people, even millions of people. So that's how we can use social media and the internet for language research. Next is that I'm trying to put some of my insight, knowledge, or also experiments and then experience in language. In this case, my expertise is pragmatics, and also most of the time I also study speech act, and then speech events, and then politeness, and then dixis, for example, and then also implicature, and then I put that into practice. And then I also wrote this book called Linguistic Politeness in Online Communication. The idea of this book is like giving you the idea that online communication has a lot to offer. Online communication has a lot to study. And also, if you would like to do research or studies in linguistics, we can use online communication as part of our main programs. For example, in chapter 1, I talk about linguistic politeness. And then in chapter 2, I talk about the difference between real life interaction and cyber interaction. So this talk is about linguistics and identity. In real life, we use the internet on social media to communicate. It has different trademarks. It has different characteristics. It has different features. If it's compared with when we talk or communicate in person, in reality, in physical space. So that's how I put this chapter 2 on the difference between real life interaction and cyber interaction. I would like to give you a little example. People are usually more talkative and also a little bit meaner and rude on the internet. But in reality, we are like very civilized. We're really good. But on our comments, usually we are like braver. We are more talkative, and then we are more outspoken. In reality, we are like more calm. It's because that on the internet, where we are losing our identity, it seems like we are like more anonymous on the internet. That's the reason why people are most of the time more aggressive on the internet. Okay, and then on chapter 3, I also wrote on the cyber politeness of emails. So I try to make a kind of observation on how emails can be polite and sometimes it's not, and how to do that. And chapter 4, we have cyber politeness on social media, on how to make it polite and how to make it impolite, for example. And chapter 5, we are talking about the politeness in chatting application, for example, WhatsApp. On WhatsApp groups, for example, we would like to know who are the powerful people there. How do you know? Because every time they post something, everybody responds. That's how to show power, right? If people with lesser power in a group, usually they share something, no one responds, for example. And also on WhatsApp, for example, on WhatsApp communication or chatting application communication, people who have more power would have the option to reply in a short period or in a long period of waiting, right? It's up to them. But people with the less power, they would like to reply as soon as possible. So in a relationship, for example, between man and woman, anyone who reply faster, basically his or she is the one who's got the lesser power. So for you to know, right? So the one who can reply in a very long time, basically having lots of power. Okay, that's it. And also the length of the reply. People who reply in a lengthy manner, usually the one who's got less power. The one who's got more power would like to reply in a very short, short sentence, for example, or even a phrase, or even usually only emoji. For example, the situation between students and lecturers, yeah. If the student says that, excuse me, sir, I would like to see whether or not the revision has been taken, and could I get the feedback from you? And if you could, please send me through my email. Really sorry for the inconvenience. And then the answer from the lecturers usually, okay, okay, I don't know what's the meaning of okay, but it shows power anyway. So that's how the example on how actually interaction on online communication is very interesting, and you can see some of the details, some of the linguistic features, some of the pragmatic features. And on chapter 6, I try to conclude on how online communication is sometimes, it could be the same like the reality, it could be different from the reality. Okay, so let's continue a little bit on case study. For example, the study of emoji. The study of emoji, for example, you can use this emoji of kissing, like this. It can cause politeness between couples, but it may cause impoliteness among colleagues of formal context or newly met people. So yeah, just for my recommendation, don't send this to your lecturer, yeah, because it could be it could be confusing for people who got this emoji. And then, for example, emoji symbols usually not always imply positive meaning. Sometimes they infer negative ones. For example, thumbs down. Yeah, thumbs down can be interpreted as offense that can signify an impoliteness. And then if you use the poop symbol, yeah, and this is poop symbol. This is not ice cream symbol, right? This poop symbol is also at some point can be interpreted as rude, and also the middle finger. Middle finger probably has no meaning in Asian context, but more and more we watch Hollywood movie. Now we understand that middle finger is basically obscene and also rude and insulting. Okay. So also very, very careful when you would like to use emojis such as taco or peach or this, what do you call this one? Sorry? What is terong in English? Eggplants, yeah? Eggplants, it's very dangerous because it implies sexual meanings. Some of the older people probably don't realize. The younger people will laugh when they've got this kind of emojis, okay? Eggplant, peach, and taco, for example. Now, I would like to give you the real example from my own research on how using the internet as data sources, because I would like to say this. In terms of the internet, and in terms of if you want to do linguistic research on the internet, I would like to say sky is the limit. So you would like to play with your imagination for your research. For example, in my sample one, I wrote this piece of article because I would like to understand what is the pragmatic functions of inshallah. Because in my daily life, usually people say inshallah, they would like to come to my program or to my event, but they don't come. So what is the meaning of inshallah then, all right? So inshallah in Indonesia is basically quite different from inshallah in other countries. For example, in Iran, I found data that they use inshallah to pray for bad things for other people too. For example, inshallah you are hit by a truck. It's possible in Arabic, like in Iraq and Iran, for example. But in Indonesia, we never use that, inshallah, for bad things. So this is the example of how I use the internet. So I collect data from the internet, 100 speeches from the internet, all over the internet, in Bahasa Indonesia. And I took some of the samples of people using inshallah, and I would like to see whether or not the functions are the same. For example, I use the Searle speech taxonomy, for example, whether or not it belongs to certain speech act. And then I use this Pisgadam and Kermanashi, and also Nazal and Ibrahim Shah and Armia 2013, and also Muhammad Ali to show whether or not inshallah is whether to show commitment in the future, or whether or not to show the identity of the religion, or whether or not to mitigate some commitments that probably you cannot fulfill. So that's the function of the pragmatic function. That is sample number 1. I have sample number 2 here. So I use the internet for critical discourse analysis because I found many job advertisements out there in Indonesia. They mention that they need the applicants to be unmarried or single. Well, in some other countries, actually, this is quite illegal. And also, you can also be sued because you discriminate people based on their marital status. But in Indonesia, there are many cases like this, even from state companies, or even the governments themselves, and even some of the private companies. So I did the analysis of the critical discourse analysis, and I gave it the title of "Shall You Be Unmarried to Get a Job in Indonesia?" It's basically one of my experience myself and my wife too, because at that time I got married when I was 21 years old, and then my wife was 19 years old, and we were denied by many companies because we are not single anymore. So basically, we can get from our personal experience, and then we check the data on the internet, and we found the advertisement from the internet, and then we use the critical discourse analysis using Fairclough 1995. Okay, this is like sample number 3, and also the last sample from my my talk today. I identified sexist language on YouTube comment section. So at that time, by the time this article was written, it was a famous hospital in Indonesia, a male nurse physically harassing a patient, a female patient. However, some of the comments were actually they are not siding with the victims, even they attack the victims. So there are like 420 comments from the data source from the internet, and then 55 sexist comments are identified and found. Using Mills or Sarah Mills 2008, we found 43% were jokes. Basically, people they're not trying to be harmful, they're trying to be funny, but apparently it's also sexist. So 43% are jokes, 25% presupposition, and then 18% were humor. Humor apparently is a bit different from jokes because in Sarah Mills' taxonomy is quite different. And then reported speech in 5.45%, and also 5% are naming, and then 1.8 is insult for women. And then this is like my finding using only the internet. So you don't have to go to the village as like ethnographer does. You just go crawling and browsing to the internet, and then try to absorb the data from the internet, and you can get an article worth publishing in a reputable journal. Okay, so some of the alternatives of language research in digital communication, probably you can do some pragmatics of politeness, impoliteness, speech acts, speech events, phalastic condition, conversational implicators, or you would like to do ethnography. In real ethnography, you're actually living in a community, being part of them. But in ethnography, you become part of internet community. For example, you would like to do a research on BTS Army, for example. So you go to their community and become one of the BTS Army, one of the most famous Korean band, right? So you become an ethnographer. And then alternatives of language research, number 3, corpus and big data. I think you need an additional IT skills. If you cannot do it on your own, you can like hire people to do IT programming in order to do corpus analysis and big data analysis. And the last one is you can also do language acquisition research, connecting the internet and media, social media with language teaching. That's my ideas for you for you who are interested in digital communication as part of your language research. Thank you very much. Let's discuss. If the time is not sufficient or the time is not enough, then you can go to my DM on my Instagram or my TikTok. Thank you very much. I give it back to Ms. Rini to continue the discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Pratama, for a very exciting talk. I have questions too, but it seems like we have a few questions here in the chat box. The first question from Nuriski Adelia: how to analyze the Icolet, because as we know that not word or sentence is the Icolet.
Which one is that?
The questions from Nuriski Adelia. How to analyze? Yeah, how to analyze?
Yeah, basically, as a pragmatician or people who study pragmatics like me, Dexis is not my favorite analysis, because most of the time Dexis, we have like person Dexis, time Dexis, location Dexis, and then social Dexis, and then discourse Dexis. And most of the time we play with sentences, we play with phrases. And for me, it's more like structuralist than a pragmatics. So that's not my favorite. But if you would like to know, or if you would like to do Dexis research, yeah, it is allowed. It's okay, and you can learn mostly about the 5 types of Dexis that I just mentioned. Person, time, location. But the most interesting one is this one: discourse Dexis and also social Dexis. If you discuss discourse and social Dexis, I would be glad to be your supervisor, for example. But if you study the other 3, maybe you can get another reviewer. Yeah, that's only my personal opinion and a personal preference. And then from Sanela, what the factor of the students can use good language on the internet. I think people have to realize that internet also has consequences. Yeah, I mean, some people think that consequences only happen in real life, but the internet right now could also give you consequences. Like you can be cancelled by the society, you can be bullied by the society. When you body shame someone in real life, they will get psychological pressure. But on the internet, it also have the same application. People can get also mental attack too, and mental health problem too. So by understanding that the consequences on the internet is also as big as consequence in real life, I think you can reduce the use of bad language on the internet. That's Ms. Rini, my suggestion.
I think that's related. I think that's related to the next question from Melia Mardiana, because she asked about the cyberbullying. Because as we know that some people sometimes humiliate someone or distract someone's popularity by saying bad things to the celebrities or actors. So what's the solution, you think, to decrease this problem? That's cyberbullying.
I think linguistics in specific manner, and then language education in a less specific manner, and then education in general, they are very important. Education can reduce the tendency of people bully other people. Nowadays, I think education is only a jargon. People don't really have it in their heart that education must be part of their life. If education is part of your life, then you realize that you cannot be mad all the time. You cannot be angry all the time. Why? The problem is that before media social is as big, before social media as big as now, we couldn't really see other people's life, right? So we usually only know our neighbors, our family's life, right? But we cannot really monitor other people's life. Nowadays, we can see everybody's life, not only our friends, not only our teachers, not only our lecturers, not only our neighbors, but also the life of the celebrities, the life of the artists, the life of the people who are famous. And the disparity or the difference between their life and our life is very big, right? And it creates such a dissatisfaction. We are not satisfied with our life, and it becomes a massive anger, collective anger among us. And that's the reason why we cannot really reflect it in real life. We don't have the power, we don't have the money, we don't have the ability to show or to project our anger because of this discrepancy or the difference between our life quality. And then the way how we do it is to lash it out, to show it, to project it on social media. So by understanding this concept, by understanding the way how we educate ourselves, we can see that the life of very few people on the internet are not real. Sometimes they're acting, sometimes that they are real people but very far away from us. We're supposed to be, we're supposed to be not really care too much about them. So we have to care about people around us and how to empower them and how to empower ourselves. And then we will become less angrier, all right? And then we will be more polite on the internet.
Agree.
Okay, so that's
education is very
hypothesis.
important.
Yeah. Okay, that's Rini.
Thank you. So we still have time. If from audience who would like to ask question, you can raise your hands and unmute yourself, and you can ask the question.
Oh yeah, please. I would like to love to have some question from the audience.
Yeah, the audience, please raise your hands. So while waiting, I have a question that, you know that the digital communication is very important to spread the knowledge, but I think it applied not only for the linguistics field, right? I think it applies generally for all fields, that to master this digital communication. But do you have any suggestion to those senior teachers who are not too familiar with digital world, but they have quite deep knowledge to share to the community?
Okay, Ms. Rini, for me, it's not only a suggestion. My life mission is to make teachers and lecturers to be able to use digital communication effectively for their professional development. That's my mission. That's also the reason why I also built a company around that, right? So almost every day I speak, whether offline or online, around Indonesia to show people how to do it. So it doesn't matter whether you are senior or junior lecturers or senior or junior teachers, you can do that. Starting with the very simple form of content first. So you just record yourself and then you post it on the media, social media. That's the first thing that you have to do. It feels funny at the first time. And also the first time we use video, it wouldn't be as entertaining as the professionals do. Of course, because it needs time, it needs skills, it needs also some of the digital marketing, communication and stuff. Later on, you do it later on. But starting from now, you try to record yourself using PowerPoint probably, you using only yourself or using media, whatever media, you start to show your ability, your knowledge, your skills on the media, on the social media. And then whatever the results, you just keep on improving and improving. Do it at least once a week and then twice a week. Because of what? Because we want to stay relevant. For who? For our students. Because as a matter of time right now, if you don't do anything, our students will leave us. They will go away. And they will turn into the internet, YouTube, or even artificial intelligence or robots. In order not to let that happen, we have to indulge ourselves, involve ourselves in the digital communication. Start from the very simple one first. Even for the senior lecturers, I believe that you can record yourself teaching and then spread it through the internet. Okay, that's my suggestion. Thank you, Burini.
Thank you. And maybe this is the last question in this section from Abinda Oksa Shelima. Thus, interacting between two different languages or bilingualism, including language acquisition, is that included in social linguistics?
Okay, so basically right now you don't have to call yourself any certain discipline, right? I mean, you can do pragmatics, you can do sociolinguistic. In between, you can do socio-pragmatics, right? You can put a little bit on psycholinguistics, and then you have this psycho-sociolinguistics, okay, or psychopragmatics. You don't have to worry about what it's called, as long as the research methodology sounds, and then you have like references, and you have the enough data or sufficient data to back up your claim. So it doesn't matter whether you want to study bilingualism or monolingualism. For example, in my dissertation, I studied on how, for example, whether or not my students in Indonesia, whether or not they understand sarcasm in English, humor in English, indirect criticism in English, and we call it like inter-language pragmatics. But doesn't matter. Like you can do whatever you want as long as it belongs to linguistics, linguistic realm, and we can call it whatever as long as you've got the references. Okay, so don't worry about the name. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pratama, for the exciting talk and really interesting Q&A questions sessions. And thank you. Have a nice day. We are moving to the next speaker. So thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. I will introduce our next speaker, Balas Vankowitz, PhD Doctor Habilitation. Dr. Vankowitz is Associate Professor at the North American Department of Institute of English American Studies, and also he's currently the director of the Institute. He earned his degree from University of Debrecen in 2007 and was awarded a PhD in 2014 and completed his habilitation in 2021. Dr. Vankowitz is the recipient of several grants and fellowships, including GFK Research Fellowship in Germany in 2013 and Fulbright in United States 2010 to 2011. His academic interests include traveling writing studies, immigration studies, 19th century Hungarian travel accounts on Mexico and the United States and US-Hungary relations and Hungarian emigration to North America. So his papers has been published in international reputable journal, and he has been organizing national debate competition in Hungary for years and also developed university courses making use of this method. So today, Dr. Vankowitz will talk about debate in the curriculum and as methodological framework, an ancient tool with innovative practice for skills development. So Dr. Vankowitz, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much for your very kind introduction, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I'm really, really glad to see so many of you here, even though we are meeting only online. Thank you very much for this great opportunity, and also seeing the news here in the morning. I do hope that all of you and your loved ones are safe and healthy after the earthquake in Indonesia. Let me start, and let me go back a little bit to the introduction, because it might not be clear what I am going to talk about and why I'm going to talk about this exactly. As you could hear from the introduction, my primary background is in American Studies at the Institute of English and American Studies at the University of Debrecen in Hungary. But in the last couple of years, while teaching American Studies courses and other skills courses, we have been experimenting with an ancient tool, really in itself nothing new. We are trying to integrate debate as a methodology into more and more classes and try to encourage the use of debating in the country in secondary and tertiary education as well, trying to argue for its more extensive use in the classroom and outside the classroom as well. So I thought that as you know, in line with the main theme of this conference, I would talk about this aspect of our work, and hopefully by providing a case study from Hungary. Maybe I could give some interesting ideas, and maybe we could also discuss your experience, and I would be more than interested in having a discussion with you about how you see this from your experience. So also as a little bit of a background, in the last couple of years, we have been practicing the use of debate in and outside the classroom in many different ways. Well, a few years ago, in 2015, we started working with various pilot classes when we would be using debate and debate methodology as part of teaching American Studies courses. So we started with a few groups, kind of measuring their reactions and whether they see this type of method as something useful for their studies. That included students who are English studies majors, but also people in teacher training programs. We also, after realizing that secondary school students arrive at the university without any detailed knowledge and experience with debating, we tried to reach out. We started organizing a competition that has become a national English language debate competition in Hungary for high school students. And we also try to help high school teachers by creating an interactive e-learning course that teaches them about debate and kind of prepares them to use debate more extensively in their classrooms, not only as extracurricular activities, but also as part of their daily practice in teaching language or also teaching civilization or history or any other subjects. We also recently launched a series of university courses, both as part of our institute programs and also more extensively at the university, teaching debate as a skill, as part of teaching soft skills and presentation skills, and also using it to teach content in various American studies and other courses. I'm going to introduce some of these projects towards the end of the presentation in more detail. But the two questions I want to talk about will be related to debating in general, and in the second part, it's more specifically our case study. So as I said, this is an ancient tool. It's not really our innovation to use debating. We usually go back to the roots of debating and say that it was already started in ancient Greece, also in ancient India, and then it gradually became a more and more important political as well as educational tool, with the 17th, 18th century seeing the rise in debating and also the establishment of debating societies, more widespread use of debating in politics, and also in the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries, the more extensive integration of debating into university education in some countries. And of course, we know also today how important debates are and debating can be in various contexts, like in the case of the series of debates between presidential candidates in the United States, for example, or in other countries as well.
Dr.
Yes.
Venkov, sorry to interrupt you, that your slides doesn't move in the
Oh, really?
hours. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's interesting, because I've shared it and it was moving on Zoom for me. What do you see now?
I see the slides, 2 key questions. Why use debate?
Okay, and now?
And now the introduction, the title slides.
Okay, and it's not moving?
It's not moving. It stays.
Okay, that's interesting because it's moving now. I'm on my third or fourth slide already.
And it's not in the presentation mode in our monitor.
Yeah, okay, it should be. So sorry, I don't know why. It was working absolutely fine on my end. Okay, so you see it now, but as soon as I start presentation mode, it doesn't go into presentation mode?
Yes, it doesn't go to presentation mode. Maybe you can send me the slides and I can share from here.
Okay, I will, just 1 second. I will try again. I will try sharing in another way.
Okay.
Start the presentation first, and then try sharing it. Still not working?
Still in the title.
How about now?
Now title and not in the presentation mode.
Okay, well, this has never happened before. So I mean, I can do it without the slides, or I can just do.
Maybe PDF will be different.
I just don't want to waste more of your time. Can you see these now?
Yes, two key questions.
Okay. Okay, I will not, then I will just not, you will lose my animation, sorry, but I will just do it this way so that we can, we don't waste time. So, okay, yeah, I mean, I could do it without this as well, but just to do it more. Yeah, you see, we are talking about technology and education. That's a great challenge. Okay, so I will try to get back to this, and I will just use it without the presentation, because as soon as I start the presentation view, it works on my computer, but for some reason it doesn't show up. Okay, so I have been talking about the use of debates in history for a long time and even today, and we firmly believe that it's an ancient tool, but it certainly works also in the 20th and in 21st century, because it prepares our students for many of the 21st century challenges that they need to face, facing an unprecedented amount of information that reaches them, and also, dealing with issues like fake news, differentiating between false and true information. And we argue that, debating is certainly something that is beneficial for them. So the two key questions I want to discuss today is why we should use debate as an educational tool, and why we should use it more extensively in various levels of education, not only as an extracurricular activity for a selected group of students, but more extensively for anyone in daily practice. And through the example we have here, I'm going to discuss why debating may not be used more extensively in some settings, and what kind of problems there may occur that we try to deal with. Okay, so let's start with the first question then. What are the main benefits of using debates in the classroom? Now, there have been several research projects and surveys conducted in this regard, and the benefits seem to be clear. And besides the most often mentioned abilities that formalized debating can be used to improve, and it includes critical thinking, and communication as two key pieces of skills that are improved. Gary Reibold, for example, argues that it also develops public speaking, a great variety of other skills, including note-taking, organizing, researching, writing, listening, and also people skills that are also all important 21st century skills. It also encourages active learning and strengthens oral communication in general, while besides key areas, the debates are also often praised for boosting students' self-confidence and self-esteem. And several researchers, as you can see, some of the related studies here, have confirmed these findings. Okay, and it's not only about the skills and the soft skills that are developed in general, but also debating helps educators teach contents in a more effective and enjoyable way, while providing their students with active learning experience, and also helping them gain confidence in terms of individual as well as teamwork. Okay, I also wanted to read out a quote from Snyder, although it should be revealed only in pieces and not with so much text. But he claims that academic tournament debate has a proven track record of teaching critical thinking at the middle school, high school, and college levels. Many have used debate in the non-speech classroom as an instructional tool that meets multiple educational objectives: interactive instruction, student-teacher partnership, democratic dialogue, student ownership of learning, experiential education, communication skills of listening and speaking, argument construction, cooperative learning, critical thinking, research, both traditional and computer, strategic note-taking, logical organization, critical reading, evaluation, and not least fun. Debate both in and out of the classroom is a profound example of cooperative learning that promotes critical thinking. So the benefits are quite wide-ranging and known, and there are several surveys that have been conducted over the years that prove specifically which factors and which skills are usually improved and developed by the extensive use of debating. Okay, speech and debate education, for example, at the high school level, based on surveys, translates into higher academic achievement for all students who participate. This is manifested, for example, in the improved reading scores, up to 25% more or 25% higher than their counterparts, those who are not debating. And the students also can become more independent learners if they participate in debating. Zer and Altman actually concluded in 2013 that the students who participated in classroom debates were 3 times more likely to finish high school and achieve the college readiness scales on the English reading and science sections of the ACT. Already in 1977, they argued that students with debate experience were significantly better at employing a variety of communication skills, including analysis, delivery, and organization. So the research findings are quite straightforward in this regard, and that means that we have clear benefits for students who can clearly benefit from more extensive use of debating, developing what we often refer to as the 4 C's of the 21st century. So I mentioned critical thinking, communication, collaboration, creativity, and we very often add the 5th one, civic awareness, as debating also helps people make more responsible decisions as citizens, and it kind of makes people more sensitive to controversial issues, while also improving general skills. As for the teachers, it helps to shift the focus away from the teacher towards the students, kind of empowering students and also encouraging independent work and studying, this way providing them more initiative in their learning experience. And it makes students more actively engaged, which often results in more effective or more enjoyable learning, also due to the fact that they are learning not only based on a frontal encounter between the teacher and the student, but also as through the process of learning by participating. And with less focus on the subject knowledge itself and the process of learning, which also helps teachers organize their courses. The educational benefits are also relatively straightforward. Debating is reported to provide a motivating, stimulating, and rewarding setting for all the participants, and it's a useful tool in a wide and broad variety of subjects in terms of not only language teaching, but also history, cultural studies, public speaking, leadership courses. But Hall, for example, in 2011 showed that it's very useful, for example, even in the case of healthcare professionals who can participate in debating courses. Okay, so it's not only, again, the educational benefit is not only that debating develops soft skills, but also contributes to the deeper understanding of the course materials that we are teaching. Okay, so the second question is, after seeing these clear benefits, is why debating is not used more extensively if the benefits are so clear for everyone. So in our case in Hungary, we try to kind of survey the responses to the use of debating, or to the questions of why it is not used more extensively. And the questions that we typically get from educators is that they see it as a challenge or a fear. And if you use debating more extensively, some of the students continue to remain passive and they don't actively engage in the debate process. They simply claim that debating is simply not for everyone and they cannot integrate all the students. I'm going to respond to these actually later on. Okay, there's no time for it, they say, because teachers already have too much to do, which we can all probably agree with. The second part, we disagree with you not having enough time for debate, as you will see. Okay, they are also afraid that, if you introduce debates into the classroom, it would end up in useless quarrels and not real disputes and debating. But again, with a very well-structured debate and with proper methodological training, this can also be avoided. And they also very often argued that they simply cannot fit debate as a method, as a topic, or as a methodological tool into the curriculum. So based on these responses that we got, especially from high school teachers, educators, we actually try to go look into this, and we initiated various studies and pilot surveys to find out if these were real challenges or these were really well-founded fears or not. Okay, so what we first did is we tried to look at the Hungarian curriculum regulation, and we tried to see if it was really not possible to fit debate into the curriculum. We recently published an article about these findings in our pilot surveys, but I'd just like to briefly present this. In the case of in the case of Hungary, there is what we call a three-tier curriculum regulation system, which is in a way strongly governed centrally, with a national core curriculum provided for all the schools in Hungary. The national core curriculum is issued by the Hungarian government, and practically it includes mostly theoretical principles that are compulsory for all educational institutions. And it provides the basis for the key areas of knowledge, that competences that need to be provided and developed in all cases. But this is mostly like a theoretical document, which is adapted by what we refer to as a framework curricula or a general curricula, which is the kind of the adaptation of the abstract principles of the core curriculum to the general practice and the curriculum of schools, which is further adapted into the local curricula for each and every school separately. So this is what we mean by the three tiers. And interestingly, based on our studies and the analysis of the key political and educational documents, we see that it is at the local curricula level that the use of debating disappears, because if we provide a clear survey of the two higher level documents, it is still there and is clearly encouraged. But for some reason, by the time it gets to the local curricula, practically to daily practice, it disappears and it is not a widely used method anymore. We also initiated kind of pilot surveys among among students who have already participated in debating in their secondary education as part of extracurricular debate clubs. And also we conducted a survey among students at the university in the teacher training programs who could be expected to teach debating later on in their practice. These were just smaller pilot studies. Right now we are expanding it. We are planning to expand it and also maybe involve others to make it an international survey to see if what we usually think of debating in terms of its benefits are really confirmed by student feedback. And we wanted to also examine to what extent people are aware of the use and benefits of debating in the classroom. Okay, and what kind of impact it had on students participating. So usually we ask students who have already had debate experience about what kind of associations they had with debating and what were some of the things that they associated with this method and why they wanted to start debating. You could see that they initially as well, they associate these benefits with debating. Most of them said that they wanted to join debate clubs in their schools to be able to express themselves better, to be more articulate, they said, to improve their presentation skills in general, to engage in more interesting and important topics with their peers, and also to conquer the fear of public speaking by practicing debate. However, when we asked the general population, and especially when asking those in the teacher training programs, only 18% of the students claimed that they were familiar with debating, 14% had never heard about it, and the rest were kind of those students who said that, well, they heard that there was such a thing, but they never had any experience with it, and they are not really familiar with it, therefore they would not really be able to integrate it into their teaching practice. So what we wanted to do as the next step, we wanted to ask those people who we met and who already had extracurricular debate experience, we asked them if they kind of achieved their objectives with the participation in debate clubs. I'm really sorry that I have to show these all at once. This is supposed to be a very nice animation, so please, in your imagination, just focus on, in your minds, just focus on one sentence at a time. So in the first survey, we asked 41 students who already had experience with debating, and all of them said that they had become more confident. They felt a major improvement in their confidence based on their experience in debating. 39 of them said that they dared to share their ideas, even if others disagreed with their opinion. The same number considered themselves to be better speakers as a result of participation in debates. They became more patient due to their ability to listening to others' opinions. Many people argue that they actually felt that they became leaders, or they emerged as leaders in different situations outside the classroom as a result of their involvement in debates. And other people argued that they became more open and tolerant. They are not as afraid to deliver speeches in different situations. They felt that they could react faster to different opinions than those people who were not participating in these debate clubs. And they improved critical thinking skills, lower anxiety levels were reported, and they also claimed that they could differentiate true information from false information better as a result of their participation. This is, of course, self-assessment, but it also indicates quite clearly that the students associate these benefits with debating clearly. Okay, so the conclusions of our surveys was that the education and policy documents really clearly support debating, even in Hungary, where most of the teachers would argue that it is not something that they can fit into the curriculum. The use of debates in the classroom is in line with several of the key principles and objectives of the NCC and the GC, the National Core Curriculum and the General Curricula. And it is actually specifically recommended in wide-ranging subjects such as foreign languages, civics, biology, and also geography. So the surveys we conducted with teachers and former debaters in high schools also indicates that they see the benefits, but they need opportunities to learn more about this method in the forms of university courses and training in general, both methodological and on-hands training. This way, they would be able to integrate the method of debating into their classroom practice. So finally, what can we do, or what did we do to try to popularize debating and encourage its more extensive use in Hungary? As I've said, one of our first steps was that we initiated a debate competition. And it was important that it was an English language debate competition, because there were some examples of debate competitions in Hungarian. And actually, over the years, it has become a national competition with students participating from all over the country. And we involved sponsors both from the business and educational and cultural sector who we work with. And over the years, we have become partners with the US Embassy in Budapest, our capital. And we have been working with them on organizing these debate competitions over the last few years. Unfortunately, with COVID hitting in, we also had to move this debate competition online, and we did, but unfortunately only in an alternative, in a simplified way, mostly with various online projects. And we are hoping to get back to the in-person debate competition next year. In this competition, we are actually using what we refer to as the Karl Popper debate format. I'm not sure how familiar you are with this format, and I just wanted to say a few things about this, because using this format, which is a very structured debate, kind of answers all the fears, the challenges that most of the teachers actually associate with debating. It includes 2 teams of 3 people, and all of these members on the affirmative and the negative team are arguing for and against a proposition that we give in advance and for which they have time to do research about. And all of the speakers have very specific rules, roles, and timeframes that they need to follow. And they all have to do research, and they also have to present, and they also have to ask questions at different points of the debate. So the Karl Popper debate format actually proved to be very useful for our educational purposes, because it gives a very structural, very well structured, formal debate format that is easy to follow once you get acquainted with the time frames and the different roles that you have to take. And there's a panel of judges listening to the debate and giving scores to the 2 teams. It's also very important that both teams have to research both sides of the proposition, and we decide on which side they have to argue for or against only on the spot at the time of the debate. So this has worked quite well for us, and we have been all around the country working with students from high schools, and we have met some truly talented students doing this in English. What we found, however, was that we could not involve more teachers and more students, because simply teachers were not aware of this methodology, and they were not aware of actually how they could use this method in their daily practice. So we created an e-learning course, an e-learning material for them called Debate and Innovation, an introduction to the use of the debate method in and outside the classroom. And in this project, we practically take the hands of high school teachers. This is currently in Hungarian. We are working on its English translation. And we are taking their hands and practically teaching them from the basics what the benefits of debating are, what the benefits of using it in their daily practice are, and what we actually can do to integrate this method into the educational system. So we teach them about, how they can initiate such a project. We teach them about the Karl Popper debate format. We teach them about how they can organize debates, how can they help students prepare for debates. We give them a collection of various propositions, and also help them organize, debate clubs in their schools. So we hope that this is something that also contributes to the more widespread use of debating in Hungary. And just to finish, because I have about a minute left, we also launched various university courses, first specifically in the field of American studies, in American culture and institutions and US history courses. Students debate the content and various topics related to the course in the forms of debates in the Karl Popper format. And they choose various topics and propositions that they need to debate, ranging from controversial issues like the legalization of marijuana or abortion, death penalty, gun control, and so on. And as these pilot projects were successful, we actually created an entire course called Debating America, which is an entire semester of debates on controversial US topics, which with a twofold objective of teaching our students about America, the United States, but also about developing their soft skills. We expanded this project, and now we actually also offering debates as part of presentation skills courses for medical and other students, where they are discussing and debating topics that are related to their own studies and their own fields. And we also put together a soft skill course package that is available for any university student on campus at the university, in Hungarian as well as in English. And as part of that course package, besides lots of other things, there's a specific course on debating and skills development through debating. So thank you very much for your attention. As my time is up, I will stop here. And again, sorry for not being able to show all my nicely prepared animation, but I hope you could still enjoy. Thank you. We cannot hear you. Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Vankovits, for very exciting talk. As we can see here, there are a lot of questions in the chat box, but to the audiences who want to ask questions, you can raise your hand and unmute yourself. But first, there is a question from Nurlina Yanti. How can the technique apply the curriculum as a methodological framework for student-centered teacher skills development?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
For student-centered teacher skills development, you mean for in teacher training, or?
I think this is more for the, for teacher training.
Or for how we could use it? Well, the whole method itself really moves the focus away from a teacher-centered teaching experience towards a student-centered one. Practically, the teacher becomes more like a moderator and not really the source of information, as in frontal education. So it's not that the teacher is the only source of information, and the students need to respond to that or learn what the teacher is teaching them. But it's student-centered in the sense that the teacher is there to coordinate the work. They come up with the proposition together. The teacher provides resources. The teacher teaches them the skills of research, and then it's really the students doing the job on their own and in a team. So if this is what you mean by student-centered skills development, that practically the teacher is there as a moderator, as a coordinator, but then he or she passes on the ball to the students, and they are the ones who, with the supervision of the teacher, have to do the job. And also, it's very important, both in the competition and in teaching, teaching context, that we need to provide detailed feedback then. So the teacher is there at the beginning of the process, setting things into motion, helping the students do their research and prepare. Then the students are very much on their own, with the teacher being a consultant. And then in the end, the teacher is there to evaluate, to provide feedback, and this way help with skills development.
Thank you. And our next question is that from Ifu Rahmawati. It is really interesting, the top tiers of debate curriculum in Hungary cases. Here in Indonesia, debate is the part of speaking. The question is, how can design these two materials, both speaking and debate, in the curriculum? Because in general, speaking is one of the focus of English skills.
Mm-hmm. Yes, as I said, debate can be used for two purposes, broadly speaking. You can use it to teach the skills themselves. In this case, you would teach in an English class. In a language class, you would use it to teach, or to improve speaking skills, for example, along with many others, as you could see in the presentation. So you can use it to teach and improve speaking. And in other classes, or even in English classes, you can use, depending on the propositions you choose and the content of the debate you choose, you can use it also to include information and content on specific topics. So depending on what kind of proposition you choose, you are developing the speaking skills, but at the same time, you are also adding information about the curriculum that you are supposed to teach. So you can use this debate in English classes, yes, to teach about speaking and improve speaking, but also you use this to maybe teach about English culture, or to teach about English, controversial issues, or you can use it in practically any class, I think, maybe not so much in mathematics or physical education, but in all the other cases, I think you could just pick topics that would fit into the curriculum. And in that case, the debate method itself is mostly there to facilitate the knowledge transfer in that topic.
Thank you. And the next question, I think it's related from Sukma, Risanti, and Vira. It's related. That's about the debate. The first question is how we tackle the problem of the passiveness, because they are not confident enough to talk because of the less knowledge. And then how they can control the enormous emotions, because sometimes students have not stable emotion that it can turn into a fight when they do the debate. So how this can be tackled?
So in terms of confidence, we usually in the e-learning course as well, we start by saying that it is not that you should start, your first class and you start a debate. Right, that's probably not going to work. So we offer various exercises, 5-minute activities, icebreakers, various language activities, and other things that try to build the confidence of students. So they would first need to kind of express themselves in short sentences, short expressions, and then you build up from there. So you would start with the icebreaker activities. You would start with 5-minute activities that make students speak up, and they need to speak up, and they need to leave behind this fear of public speaking, which is really a very widespread fear. Right? They usually say that the two most frightening things for people in surveys that they mention are the fear of death and the fear of speaking in front of other people. So that's something that you need to work with, irrespective of debating. You would first need to build up that confidence with various activities aimed at this. We have a list of these in the e-learning activity. And as for the emotions and fights, that's one of the points of this method, is that through debating and formalized debating, so it's not that you just give them a proposition and let them debate, then it teaches them in the process that they should respect the other side's opinion, that they should never attack the person, that they should attack the argument, and they should always use scientifically proven objective arguments, and so on. So the process itself teaches them to control this kind of emotion. And with this debate format that I've presented, really the feedback we get is that in this format it's much less likely that such quarrels would emerge, because it has a very clear structure about who is speaking, what the different objectives of the speakers should be, and who is asking questions for how long, and so on. So it's a very structured format. There is no real danger of developing it into a quarrel.
Thank you. Maybe last question from me. What is the biggest challenge when you want to put the debate to the curriculum in Hungary? Because, I'm sure that before you start to the national level, you must start from the smaller scale. Yeah,
thank you. Actually, I think it's the same challenge that probably teachers face all over the world. We already have a lot to do. So whenever you want to introduce something new and something different, that's the first reaction is very often that we are already doing too much. We cannot fit this into our daily schedule, and so on. But actually, once you become familiar with this method and you use it more extensively, you realize that it actually takes away a lot of burdens, and by passing on and creating a more student-centered approach, it actually takes away the burden from the teachers, and it gives you more time to spend on what really teachers should do, providing feedback, encouraging students, developing skills, giving them tools that they can use outside the classroom as well. So that was the biggest challenge, I think, trying to change the mindset about this.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Venkovic, for
much.
your talk and interactive Q&A session. So have a nice day.
Thank you, you too. And thanks again very much. Yeah, the day is beginning, so
yeah.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Now we are moving to our third speaker in the session. We have Peter GM de Jong, PhD. Peter de Jong is a strategic advisor and senior researcher in the field of technology-enhanced learning at Leiden University Medical Center in the Netherlands, where he leads a team for the development, implementation, and support of learning materials, and where he provides strategic advice in the field of technology-enhanced learning. And Peter de Jong obtained his master's degree in medical technology from Eindhoven University in 1986, and then earned his PhD from Maastricht University in 1992. His research interest is in the field of online and blended learning in medical education, especially the integration of massive open online courses into regular classroom teaching. Peter authored several articles on the topic of the use of computers in education and online learning. And since 2010, Peter holds position of editor-in-chief of Medical Science Educator Journal. It is an online journal of from International Association of Medical Science Educator. Today, Peter will talk about teachers' performance in the integration of massive open online courses into regular classroom teaching. So Peter, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much for this nice introduction, and thank you for the invitation to be with you all today. It's afternoon for you, so good afternoon. It's morning for me. I also, with the previous speaker, I think. I'm happy to be here, and I would like to talk to you about massive open online courses today. I'm gonna share my screen, so I hope the technology is working. That should be this screen. Okay. You can see my presentation now, full screen. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So now, again, thank you. I'm going to talk about the integration of massive open online courses. First of all, I don't think that I have any conflict of interest to disclose regarding this presentation today. I would like to start a little bit by giving some background about where I come from, what Leiden University is, for those people in the audience that may not know Leiden very well. Leiden is one of the universities in the Netherlands, and we are the oldest ones. We were founded in 1575, which is over 400 years ago, a very old traditional university. We do a lot of work in international collaborations and in research. But we are the oldest one, but that doesn't mean that we are very dull or not doing anything. The University of Leiden is quite working on a lot of innovations in teaching. For example, that is the use of online teaching, the massive open online courses, blended learning. So we are doing a lot of work in that. We also have a teachers academy, which is kind of a group of teachers the best of our teachers of all the faculties. They joined together and they got some extra funding to bring more innovations forward. So it's really an active university in this area. Technically, my office is not at the University of Leiden, but my office is at Leiden University Medical Center. That's the hospital, which is of course affiliated with Leiden University. And at the medical center, we have a lot of students that we train. First of all, medical school, of course, a 6-year program, and we have over 2,000 students in that program. We also have a program for biomedical sciences. So those are the people that really want to become a medical researcher afterwards. Not a medical doctor, but a medical researcher. We have School of Pharmacy that was founded a few years ago, so we don't have huge numbers yet, but it's quite a new school. We have several master programs. I'm going to talk about one of them later on, population health management, but also vitality and aging. There are different master programs. And we do some work together with the Technical University of Delft, TUD, because medicine and all the things that are happening in the hospital, you probably know, there's more and more technology. So there are also some student programs on clinical technology, on technical medicine, on statistical sciences. So yeah, I think we are a very active community of teaching our students. I hope that you are a little bit familiar with the bachelor-master model. In Europe, we have the bachelor-master, a 3-year bachelor. You get your diploma, and in fact, you graduated for your bachelor, so you can go to a job, whatever you want. But you can also follow up studies with a master program, which brings you up one more level. And that's why I use those terms during this presentation. At Leiden University Medical Center, luckily we also do a lot of work on research on education. And we have a team, I'm part of the team that is doing research on technology enhanced learning. Just to give you, you don't know these people, but just to give you a quick idea, that with several people we are working on that. We have 2 main topics. That's online learning. So that's what I'm talking about today, massive open online courses. We also do some work in 3D learning, three-dimensional. So that's using virtual reality and augmented reality, putting the special glasses on with the students, and then they can go into a virtual environment. We do some work in that area as well. Okay, back to the topic. Today, I'm going to talk a little bit about massive open online courses and the way that we can use those in our regular teaching, our regular classroom teaching. The MOOCs, massive open online course, the MOOCs, they were designed for the general public. They were not designed for academic teaching, not for our students. They were for the whole wide world, because at some point people really felt, okay, there's so much knowledge and it should not be only within the universities. Everybody should be able to join learning programs, even if you're not a student, even if you're somewhere else in the world, where whatever. So it was designed for the general public. They are online only. Yeah, that's what the name says, massive open online courses. It's online, it's on the internet, on the computer. They are open. That means they are free. You don't have to pay for it. Everybody can join these courses, and there are hardly any requirements. You don't need a diploma to get in or something. Everybody can join. So, for example, in our case, in the medical MOOCs, we also see a lot of patients joining. Maybe the content is a little bit too difficult for them, but they are interested in the topic and they are also welcome. They can join the course. A lot of these courses are still looking a little bit like a classroom course. They were developed by teachers that were used to teaching in the classroom. So it looks a little bit like lectures and things to read and questions to answer. And a lot of times the course is divided into several weeks. This week you're going to do this, and next week you're going to do that. So sometimes it looks quite like university courses. But the huge thing with a massive course is that many people can join. It's not limited. Some courses only have 10 or 20 or 30 people, but there are also courses that are very popular and have thousands or 2,000 or sometimes 10,000 participants. So that makes it so massive. Online learning has some advantages. You've probably heard about that already. You can do that, the student can do that at any place in the world. It doesn't matter where you are, at home or in a school or in a restaurant, it doesn't matter. You can do it time independent, in the morning, in the evening. Also, it doesn't matter when you do that. And you can do it at your own pace. So some students just need a little bit more time to understand it very well, and they go a little bit slower. And other students, they are very keen and they understand it very well, and they just go faster. Which is sometimes, of course, difficult to do in a classroom, because then you have to follow the pace of the teacher. If you want to get a diploma at the end, that is possible. Almost every MOOC offers a certificate at the end if you want to, and sometimes you have to pay a small amount for that. On the right, you see a lot of names. Those are the platforms that are offering MOOCs, and there are many. There are many websites, platforms where you can find MOOCs. Coursera is a very well-known one. The Khan Academy is probably a known one. edX. So yeah, they're all very well-known platforms. Okay, there are many courses on those platforms. For this slide, I looked at the website Class Central, and Class Central is kind of a portal where you can search. You can search what kind of MOOCs there are in the world, so across all the platforms. And just looking for health and medical and medicine courses, you see there are already almost 4,000 courses available. And if you look into science, the area of science, there are more than 3,000 courses. And in science is also relevant for us because biology and chemistry, biochemistry, those are parts of science. So as you can see, there is a lot of courses in the world. There's really a lot of materials to choose from. And if you want to use them in those materials in your teaching, that would be a very nice thing to think about. I looked up some numbers, diseases and disorders. If you are teaching about diseases, there are 705 courses at the moment. So there's a big chance that there is a course about the disease that you are teaching. Anatomy, physiology, 60, 70 courses available worldwide. So there are a lot of courses available. This is an example of one of the MOOCs that we created several years ago. This is one on the topic of anatomy. And as you can see on the right, it's free, which most MOOCs are supposed to be. It's free. You can join. It's in English. If you want, you can get a certificate. And this course is 7 weeks long. So that means that students, you can follow it. It starts on a specific date, November 7. That's the recent start. And then week by week, you can follow the materials that are offered online. Okay, so as I said, this has been decided for. This has been developed for the wide public, for everybody in the world. But can we use these materials also in our classroom? Because if you go through all those MOOCs that are available worldwide, if you're going to look and search for them, you will see that the quality of the materials is very high. In general, there are beautiful materials in those MOOCs. So can you use them in your teaching? That would be wonderful. So we started thinking about that. And that thinking about using it in the classroom started about 6-7 years ago. And you can find also some publications about that. People were going to use it as additional materials. So for example, there's such a beautiful video explanation in this MOOC. I can show that to my students because then they better understand the topic. Other people started using it as a replacement. So we're just closing the school for a week. There's no classroom teaching this week. Everybody goes home or whatever, but we do our teaching and learning online for the upcoming period. You can use them as electives. A lot of schools offer elective courses, I guess, and so instead of developing your own elective courses, maybe you can just use courses that are available anyway, and your students can go to those courses and follow them, and it counts as an elective course. And it can be used at postgraduate education. In our case, medical doctors, they need to be trained the rest of their life, the rest of their career. So instead of traveling to classrooms all the time, maybe there's an option to provide them training in an online format. Integration in your teaching. I think I'm going to show you kind of 5 models, 5 options that you can use. The first is a simple model. You can use learning materials from those MOOCs in your teaching. In this diagram, in this picture, the clouds, those are the MOOCs. The MOOCs are in the cloud, they are on the internet, and the line from left to right is kind of the timeline. That's your teaching, that's your classroom. So in this case, once in a while you use some materials like a video or like an animation or maybe a document that your students can read. And those documents, they come from the MOOC. You can also use it as a replacement. I already mentioned that. In this case, you can see the timeline. All of a sudden stops. There's no classroom teaching anymore. We send the students home for a week, for 2 weeks, for a month. And then in that time, they start studying online. They do the online course instead of the classroom course. You can use a MOOC as a preparation for your teaching. Sometimes the students that start a course, they have very different levels of knowledge about the topic, and sometimes it's difficult for a teacher because some students already know a lot and some students don't know the basics yet. So by using an online course as preparation, you can make sure that every student knows the basic information before your course starts. So here's the online course first, and then the students go into classroom teaching the rest of the time. This is a slightly different model. Here the students can select the online course, and when they did finish the course, then they still have an assignment to do at the university. They have to write a piece or something, or they have to do a test or something to get their grades. So it's kind of a combination of an online course with some kind of finishing up materials on face-to-face. And then at the end, yeah, you can also, of course, use the MOOC completely online and don't do anything about it. We have, with Leiden University has a virtual exchange program. That's how we call it. And we work together with some other universities. And if students from, for example, such another university wants to do our MOOC, they can do so. And if they finish the MOOC, they get their grades at their university. They get grades for that. They get credits for that. So that's kind of a way of exchanging internationally. I'm going to give you 3 examples. Hopefully that will be helpful. The first example is that we use the MOOC on kidney transplantation in our undergraduate medical school. And that's, in our case, that's the first and second year. The MOOC on kidney transplantation, that's another one. Besides the anatomy one, we also developed this one, clinical kidney, pancreas, and islet transplantation. It's also a free course. It's in English. This is a 4-week program. And you can see it also starts at specific dates, and that from November 14, the students can follow this program for 4 weeks in a row. The goal for this course, when we developed it, is that the learners learn more about clinical kidney transplantation medicine, about that topic. And we designed it for students, students of all kinds of levels, undergraduate and graduate levels, but also for medical professionals in the field, because we know a lot of kidney transplantation doctors want to know more about the latest developments, that they really love to go back to a course like this and learn more about what is actually happening today. And of course, anyone else interested. And in this case, we see that a lot of patients are joining our MOOC because, if you are a patient and if you are getting a kidney transplantation, that's a big surgery. So you want to know more about it and all the background. So we see a lot of patients also interested in our materials. This course has been online. We launched it in 2016 on the Coursera platform. And as I said, it's a 4-week course. Starts about all the things before the transplant, and then a little bit about how the transplantation happens, the surgery, and then some challenges during surgery, but also afterwards when the patient has recovered. Still, his life is probably influenced by the fact that he had a kidney transplant. We developed a lot of materials for that. And as I said in the beginning, universities and teachers and doctors are really, really doing a good job to create high quality materials. Everybody in the world is going to see our materials, so we want to make good materials. So you will see that the quality of the videos is a lot of times very high. It's very, very nice, clear videos on a topic. So those are really usable for other people to learn and teach. In our MOOC, we have video lectures, very short ones, because students are not interested in 35 minutes video recordings, but very short explanations on difficult topics. We have animations. We even have some games where students can play a game. The picture on the top is one. They are playing some kind of game that they are in the room with the doctor and they ask questions. There are a lot of readings, of course, just PDF documents they have to read. There's a weekly quiz to see if you're doing well. There are online assignments. There are discussion fora where students can meet each other, can connect with each other. There's assessment. And we also included here the three-dimensional virtual reality movie on the bottom right, where you can, that's a still frame of video, where you can really look around in the operation theater while kidney transplant is happening. So in this case, we are using this MOOC in 3 different models. First, in the first and second year, we use it as additional materials. So that's model A, but also as a replacement of 1 week of teaching. That's model B. And we offer this course because it's so interesting for our students. We also offer it as an elective, as an honors class program, where only a few students select this course to do. They want to know more about kidney transplantation, and they make an assignment afterwards. So that's model number D. They make an assignment and then they get credits for it. The second example is a way that we use MOOCs like this in clinical teaching, in the clerkship of internal medicine. And we use a SPOC. A SPOC is just kind of the same thing as a MOOC. A SPOC means small private online course. The only difference is that it's small. There are not thousands of students in it. That's only a limited number of students that we let in, and it's private. So it's not open for everybody. You really have to be part of our clerkship program. Otherwise, you're not allowed to join. That's the difference. This is an overview of our teaching in the clerkships. Of course, we use the clinical teaching unit model for that. So that means that the ward in the hospital is really designed for teaching students. Everything what happens there is for teaching the students. So they do a lot of bedside teaching. Of course, they have small classroom teaching, all the things that students do in the clinical environment. But they also have here on the bottom, this student is working at his computer. And if you look good, this is the boy, he's looking, and on his computer is the girl. But here's the girl somewhere else in the area, in the country, at home, and they talk to each other. And why do we do this? Because our students, they do not have clerkship in one hospital. They go to all kinds of hospitals in the area. So students sometimes don't meet each other anymore. And by using the MOOC, the online course, we try to let them stay connected with each other during training, so that they can help each other and they can talk to each other and they can share their experiences. So in this way, we kind of use more about model number B. It's an additional material students can go to. They find a lot of information that might be helpful during the clerkship, and we use it as a communication tool for those students that are at different locations. The last example that I'm going to share with you is one of those master programs. So remember that the students are already graduated in another program, but they want to follow this master program. And we developed in Leiden University, developed a master program on population health management, which is a 3-year program, and it's an international program. And it looks a little bit like this. It's of course about population health management, and it's for graduates, already graduates in medicine and health sciences or something else that is related with health. And the first 2 years, as you can see, that's really, structured teaching. Those are 10 blocks, 10 topics that are being discussed. And the special thing about this program and the special thing about this curriculum is that for a large part, it's online. You see the 4 blocks on the bottom. Those are the 4 weeks. Every block is 4 weeks, but 3 of those 4 weeks are online. So our students in this master program are most of the time away. They are not in Leiden. They are at home or somewhere else, even somewhere else in the world, because this program is accessible for international students. Only 1 week every month they have to come to campus to join some small group activities and those kind of things. So this is different. This is not regular classroom teaching, but the main component is online. And to solve that problem, or at least to create this curriculum, we developed MOOCs. So every of this block in this overview has its own MOOC, has its own 3-week, 4-week online course about that topic. And this is an overview. I realize this is quite small because there are 9 to fit, but you can see we have 9 MOOCs developed, like the other ones I showed, but these are just dedicated for this master program. You can still join the MOOC from the outside. You can also join the MOOC yourself, not being a student in our program. But of course, the students in our program have to follow those MOOCs. And after 2 years, they completed all these MOOCs and they go to the last year of the master program. So in this case, we use it mainly as a lot of studying yourself at home, online, 3 weeks online, and 1 week we come together in the classroom for really classroom teaching and learning. Okay, before I get to the end, there's one thing that I would like to say something about, because if you want to start using online materials, for example, MOOCs, there are wonderful MOOC materials in the world. It's very important you keep in mind engagement. And what do I mean with that? I mean the engagements of the students with your materials. Because engagement in online environments is not easy. First of all, not all students accept online materials as good materials. So some students think, I signed up for university, so I have to go to university, I have to go to the classroom. There are my professors. They are important people. I want to go there because I paid my tuition fee for the university. And they feel it a little bit difficult that they only get some online materials that they can do from their home, from their bedroom, that they don't think that is good materials. So that's one step that you have to keep in mind. And the other step is that it's very difficult sometimes for students to learn when you're at home. How do you stay motivated? Because you're sitting there behind your computer and you're just in your busy environment at home. You don't see any students, you don't see the campus. So how to stay motivated to do this online learning? And we also recognized for many years already that it needs some skills. You need some self-regulated learning skills as a student to figure out, okay, this is the next thing, what I'm going to do, or first I'm going to do this. And so there is no teacher around. If people are studying online, there is no teacher to help them, at least not on a daily basis in the classroom. So that's difficult. Now, there was some study on this topic about engagement and what are the difficult things for students. And then 3 topics come up: injustice, passivity, and lost at sea. You can see them here in this diagram. Injustice, some people really feel it's unfair because it's free material, doesn't cost anything. So why does the university give me free materials? And they don't realize how expensive those materials are, how high quality they are, but they feel they are free. The second thing is that they are not really engaged. They are very passive. They don't do so much. They just maybe read a little bit. They are not working very well in that environment. And the last thing is lost at sea. If you don't exactly know what to do or what is expected from you, you cannot ask anybody. So what things do you need to do in that online environment? And specifically, it's important to think about these 4. So not the value for money, because students think it's free material, so not so much important. You have to explain that to them. Sometimes they don't see the connection with the exam, because as you know, for the students, the exam is very important. That's where they get a grade. That's important. And if they don't understand why they have to do the online learning, it's going to be difficult. In the middle is the lack of communication. So be careful if you let students learn online, make sure that there is still some communication with you, that they can find you, that they can ask you questions. And the direction and the lost at sea, make very clear to students what they need to do. So give them instructions. This week you have to look at these 5 videos. You have to read this PDF and make the assignments on web page number something, so that you really give them strong directions. Now that brings me to the last 2 slides. How can you use a MOOC if you are a teacher and you think, okay, this is interesting, there must be very interesting materials. I think there are a few steps that you can follow, not so very difficult. First, think about the topic, of course. Which topic would you like to use online materials for in your teaching? Think about it very well and why you want to do that. Then think about how to use it. I showed you several models. So are you just using some interesting videos or PDFs in your classroom teaching? That's also fine. Or are you going to send the students away for 2 weeks and they have to do it on their own? Just think about that very well before you start. Then you have to search for a MOOC. I already showed you the platform that you can use, but you're going to look around and see, are there any MOOCs that I can use? If you find a few, and I'm sure you will find a few, double check if they are available. I showed you a few examples that the MOOC starts on November 7. But if your teaching is in April, maybe that's not very helpful. So be careful that the MOOC is available at the moment that you are teaching. Make sure it's from a credible organization. Is it from a very important, famous university, well-known university? Maybe that's a good sign. Those are good professors. If it's from a very creepy company, I don't know, be careful with that. And if it's for free, they should be free, but just be sure that that your students don't have to pay. And then you have to embed it in your teaching, of course, to come up with an idea to bring it in your curriculum. And what we talked about just in a minute ago, make sure that you instruct your students very well so that they do not get lost at sea, that they know what to do, because sometimes it's scary, a little bit exciting to go online, but just explain them, and we want you to look at these and these videos and look what's in it. So give them clear instructions. I think these 6 elements are quite important. If you want to know more about that, we wrote an article about this, 12 tips for integrating massive open online courses in teaching. So that's in Medical Teacher, so you can probably find that if you want to know more about it. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. So I would like to thank you for your attention. If you want to contact me afterwards, of course, that is no problem. Happy to answer some questions. And also for now, I'm happy to get some questions from the audience. So thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for your exciting presentation. For audience who want to ask questions, you can raise your hands and unmute yourself. But while waiting, we have question in the chat box. The first question is from Putri Febrianti. How to build a child's self-confidence when they want to explore themselves in front of the class or in front of their friends?
What was child self-confidence? You mean the students, I guess?
Yes, students.
I'm not entirely sure what you mean with the question. Maybe the online visibility to each other. Is that what you mean? That students are confident
Yes.
on using video and that sort of kind of communications. Yeah, that is a good point. That in our school at the moment, because of the pandemic, a lot of students are used now, and we are also used to using video technology. So I'm not sure if in our case, in our country, it's not such a big thing anymore, I guess. So when you study online, so you're not connecting with anybody. That can be a problem. So you cannot see your teacher so often because you're at home and not at school. So the communication channels are quite important. How do you stay connected with your students, and how can your students stay connected with you? Because if they are just unsure about something, and maybe it is difficult sometimes for students to talk to each other. Maybe they are afraid of connecting with one of their peers. So if that's the case, if that is the case, in your context, then you should be very thoughtful of that and keep that in mind, that maybe you have to help them a little bit in the beginning. I think after a few courses or after several times they did it, they won't be afraid anymore. But maybe pay attention to that. That's a very good pitfall.
Yes, thank you. And the next question is from Iful Rahmawati. After pandemic, technology in learning changes massively. I agree with this. Some learners need more effort to do the same things, like change the media, integrated the media and technology. The question is how much time we need for the transition from the conventional teaching to the modern technology. I must say to you, like in Indonesia might be very different with Netherlands. So this might be a very big challenge to change.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question. I'm not, my message today is not that you have to change to technology. Technology for me is, of course, technology is a wonderful thing for me because this is my field, but technology, you have to use technology if you think it's helpful. I think there are a lot of things that we can teach our students without technology, just in the classroom. There's nothing wrong with the classroom. You are wonderful teachers, and the students are wonderful students, and that's important, that students meet their teachers and their professors. So keep that in mind. You don't have to replace everything by technology. Don't do that, because I think that's a bad way to go. Then the quality will not increase, the quality will decrease. However, there might be things that you can use technology very well for all kinds of reasons. In our country, for example, is a very small country, so there's no really, everybody can come to campus. And I know that your country is quite large. So maybe, I don't know, but maybe a distance education is more of a hot topic with you. And maybe you want to help students on a distance by using technology because they can connect with your university. If that is the case, yeah, then technology can help. The same thing with augmented and virtual reality. It looks wonderful, but we should not replace everything that we do with hands-on teaching in the laboratory or in the anatomy lab by computers, because maybe it's very helpful to do that without computers. So yeah, how much time does it cost for the transition? So don't transition everything that's not needed, but yeah, it might, of course, it might take some time, but don't rush it too much. Make little steps. If you're not so comfortable as a teacher, just make little steps and first offer a few videos online, or first use some things that they can find on the website. And if you see that works, then maybe you can do more. So just take it, I think, small steps at a time, and don't replace everything. I think that's not needed.
Thank you. And the next question is from Nurlina Yanti. She tried to took online course through MOOC, but it couldn't be active. So her question is, how do you make the integration of student learning objects in the class individually varied according to the needs of the students. So maybe the students' needs are different, like individually.
Yeah, okay, that's also a good question. If you use materials from a MOOC in your teaching, so if you say, okay, I found a few beautiful, wonderful videos, I'm going to use that in my teaching, then it's the same video for everybody because everybody's in the classroom. If you integrate your MOOC by having your students signing up, so the students, they create an account. It's all free, so they don't have to pay. So they create an account and they go into the MOOC, and you tell them, go study the videos in chapter number 4, because the videos in chapter number 4 are wonderful explanations of my teaching. The students are in the MOOC. And what we see, what we heard back from our students, that several students, not all, but a big part of the students, they are going to explore. They are going to look around and say, oh, this chapter 4, okay, my teacher told me to go to chapter 4, but I'm interested what's in chapter 3 and what's in chapter 5. And they're going to explore themselves. And that's a little bit an answer, I think, to this question, like they need something, all the students need something else, but if they don't understand chapter 4 immediately, then they, on their own, they can go back to chapter 3 and chapter 2. Even if you are not using it as a teacher, the students can, because they're in the MOOC. So that's a wonderful advantage of bringing those students to that MOOC, because you bring them to an environment where there's a lot of more material that you cannot teach. Maybe you don't have that, but they can explore if they want to know more about something. So then you have to use the models B, C, and D that I described, where the students really go into the MOOC themselves.
Thank you. And this might be the last question from Nia. Online learning for medical field, it's more challenging since we have many practical and lab skills need to be taught. And how MOOC can tackle this, and how is in Netherlands? We have many universities in Indonesia, and we have different issues and resources to have same standard of online learning. I think this is really important.
Yes. Yeah, you're absolutely right that in medicine, there are also a lot of skills that need to be trained. Now, as I said before, maybe technology is not a good thing to use to train skills. But maybe a little bit, because you can use technology, you can use online materials to get students more acquainted already. So suppose you want, you can already show what the procedure and the skill is before they start training it. So they are not so afraid anymore. We use the virtual reality, we have a virtual reality application with the glasses on to just learn our students how the hospital looks like, how a patient room looks like, how the surgery room like. They are not going there yet, but they saw it already, and they think about it, and they are not so afraid anymore of it. Or you can show maybe some things of the anatomy lab with a computer, so that they are already know about all the names and about all the equipment, and then when they come to the anatomy lab, they are just feel more comfortable. So you can use the technology, for example, to prepare for skills training. Not always, or maybe not always, for replacing skills training. That's just not very possible. Yeah, and the resources thing, I think the MOOC, using MOOCs, using online materials that are available, might help you in case the resources are low. If you don't have many resources, if you don't have much money to buy materials, then the MOOCs are kind of a nice solution because they are free. Those are free materials, and in a lot of cases, it's a very high quality of materials. Everybody wants to show, Leiden University wants to show their best teachers and their best materials, because we know that you are watching us. So we do our best to make very good materials. So that's the good thing about MOOCs. It's free and it can be used in all kind of contexts. I hope that answered the question.
Thank you, Peter, for your talk and the Q&A session. So Have a nice day.
Thank you. You
There,
too.
so see you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. So we are moving to last but not least speaker, Dr. Prativi Amelia. So Dr. Prativi Amelia earned her undergraduate degree, Bachelor of Education in English Language Teaching from University of Ahmad Dahlan, Indonesia in 2009, and her master degree also from University of Ahmad Dahlan in 2012. And she obtained her doctorate degree, Doctor of Education in English Language Teaching from from Semarang State University, Indonesia in 2022. So her research interest is creating, stimulating, sharing, interactive teaching and learning environments by using TPAC as an approach in English language teaching, language sciences, research methodology, curriculum design, media and technology for teaching, and multiliteracy. So, and she also active in some organizations and also attended several international conferences and has published numerous articles in international reputable journal. So today she will talk about rethinking literacy education in new times, multimodality and multiliteracy. So Dr. Amelia, stage is yours.
Hey, thank you, Ibu Rini. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes.
Okay. So can I operate my presentation with my own?
Oh, sure. You can share your presentation.
Wait a minute. Thank you, Ibu Rini, for accompanying me today as the moderator in these sessions. And I also like to thanks for the committee for the successfully conducting this event. Today I would like to share a little about my knowledge regarding the terms of literacy education in new times. And today I would like to discuss with the specialties in topic about multimodality and also multiliteracies. To begin our discussions and also my presentation today, I would like to brainstorm you with this picture. As can you see on the screen that there are 3 students playing iPad with their friends. This is the common situations that we can see every day in our environment. Most of the children plays with their gadget, with their iPads, with their computer, and they spend a lot of time with their gadgets, or with their iPad. And so my question is, in regarding to the teaching and learning process as the teacher, how are you going to engage the students in the contents of language learning? As we can see that students can operate many kinds of technological tools, not only in the classroom, but also in their home with their family, and they can use easily all of the applications for their pleasure and also for their learning. But we don't know that they use the technological tools for learning or just for fun. So as the educators, we should pay attention on this issue, because we should promote or motivate our students to use the technological tools for learning, not only for playing or for just for spending the time in the spare time. So the next question is, why teachers so integrate multi-literate ICT practices in the classroom? Well, as we know that nowadays there is a shift of educational development, and we are now in the era of the digital natives, in which all of the people are using so many technological tools in their life. The term of digital natives was coined by Mark Zuckerberg in 2001. This term is refers to millennial learners, who had grown up with a host of relatively new technologies such as computers, cell phones, and video games. The digital natives connects with friends and family through social and networking, text messaging, and other technology mediated approach. So in this case, as the teacher, we should take advantages from this era by using technological tools for our learning. But the question is how to integrate it to our learning. And there's also a myth about the digital natives. As I previously mentioned, that even though digital natives have grown up using digital technologies, however, past research has shown that they are not necessarily adept in digital skills such as producing and integrating visual communication. And as you see in the pictures on your screen, you can see that the situations, the environment in the classroom in which the technological tools are massively used. And my question, maybe you can make some reflections. Do your student use multi-literate ICT practice in the classroom? Have you utilized some of the technological tools like the pictures as shown in the screen, in which the student use touch screen and the students work with their computer, and then the teachers are explaining about the materials by using technological tools. So in this era, we should be thinking about the literacy. Literacy nowadays is not only defined as the traditional literacy in which the students are able to read and write, but nowadays literacy is defined as a set of social skills and cultural competencies in which each vitally connected to our increasingly public lives online and to the social networks through which we operate. Developing literacy is about learning how to read, think, critique, and create together. So in this case, we should not only define literacy as the student's ability to only read and write, but we should also improve their skills, another skills that is needed by the students in this century, such as critical thinking, communication skills, analyzing skills, and another skill that is needed by the students in their future. So literacy today, and I mean literacy curriculum, cannot remain a solely language-focused curriculum. We should think about the use of multi-modes, in which maybe it is common for you in terms of multimodal. Multimodal in which we can use a lot of I mean more than one modes in communication. Yeah. Or you can use another term such as multiliteracy. So the recognition demands on the evaluation of our literacy curriculum beyond just the teaching and learning of reading into reading both in screen and on screen, from that of reading of books, that of reading of books and viewing multimodal text critically, from writing to writing and typing, from speaking to speaking, and the students are able to represent that text creatively according to Lynn have in their research in 2018. So there's some of new literacies that should be familiarized, by the teachers in the current era. We know that there are so many kinds of literacy, such as computer literacy, not only but language literacy, but also about visual literacy, math literacy, and also another literacy. So there are so many different literacies that sit with context, text, and the identities of people using literacy. So literacy is defined as new approaches, new epistemologies, new methods, new theories, new context, and new identities for meaning makers. So there's a shift of meaning makers in communication. That's why we define the terms of new literacies in communications and also in teaching as well. Well, now I would like to present about the terms of multimodality. Multimodality highlights that people draw on distinctly different sets of resources for meaning making. As I told you previously, that multimodality means that when people make a communication, they use more than one modes. Yeah, so we know that in meaning making, usually we can use by using reading, writing, and then listening, speaking, but also multimodality, including such as gaze, speech, and gesture. Multimodality comes first in that it informs how we make meaning, and multiliteracy as a possible pedagogy gives us tools for doing so. So multimodality is also is an approach for teaching. So the teachers can use multimodality approach for teaching. For example, the teachers can give the students interactions not only to improve the skills like reading, writing, listening, and speaking, but also viewing skills. Yeah, viewing visual skills as instruction in the classroom. So there are so many modes in the classroom. It is a kind of multimodality in the classroom. Now let's move to the multiliteracies. Multiliteracies, firstly defined by the New London Group in 1996, in which argued that the notions of designs, available designs, and redesigns are fundamental to how we make meaning with modern text. Multiliteracy as pedagogy simultaneously accounts for linguistic diversity and the use of multimodalities in communications. So there are three main aspects that need to be considered in applying multimodality or multiliteracies. So we should highlight the actual processes of reading and writing on screen, in which we can use the technological tools as tool for learning in explaining some text that we use for the teaching. And then the integrative and interactive nature of reading and writing with new text. In this case, we can use many modes for teaching, and the teachers can use it to integrate many kinds of technological tools, and also can integrate many kinds of teaching approach in which interactive with the students by using multi-modal text or multi-modal activity in the classroom. So, okay, so now, is there any relation between teaching English as a foreign language and multiliteracy? As we know that Babel is a form of literacy. Know that in Babel there are all kinds of skills like speaking, listening, reading, writing in English. So actually it is part of literacy itself. And multiliteracy suggests that a competency in print literacy is not adequate for the 21st century. That's why we should combine, we should improve, we should develop, especially in the process of teaching and learning, with multi modes in the classroom that can be applied by the teachers. And the students should be able to understand or manipulate electronic or media text to improve their skills, and not only to read and write, but also to improve the ability to represent the text, to analyze, to criticize, and also to create another text. Learning. Multiliteracy incorporates deploying different modes of pedagogy to encapsulate multimodal text type. And later I will explain about multimodal text that can be employed by the teachers in the classroom. So the basis for multiliteracy is design, and it's kind of digitalization for the TEFL. Okay. And this is kind of multiliteracy activity in the classroom. This is one of the example. For example, the teachers show a picture in the classroom for the students as the media for learning. And then the topic, it can be about design cities of the picture. And then the teachers can elaborate the students, brainstorm the students, for example, like what the city look like, and how would the city function, and then what are the principles that govern its contraction. And the teachers can instruct the students to find images, text, and any other mode of language, such as oral or visual, to justify the ideas. Yeah. So by using this picture, actually there are so many activities that can be explored by the teachers to explore, to develop, or to improve the students' critical skills. Even though there is no text accompanying in this picture, but the teachers can improve, and then there are so many activities that the teachers can design by using this picture. And this is also kind of multimodal, because the teachers use more than one modes in this text, because it's only it's visual, visual, and also the students can read, and then can write, can speak. There are so many activities that can be improved. And then another kind of activities that can be used to enhance the multiliteracy in the classroom, such as by employing project-based learning and also problem-based activities to enhance the active learning in the classroom. If the students have the opportunity to build the independent learning styles. And the students can be guided through literacy session that involve a number of group tasks by using a guided reading session, observing, exploring about the text, and then after that, the students can create a project. And after the students create a project, the students can present the project with their friends. In this case, the students can use the creativity, the innovation, and this is the portrayal of meaningful tasks and meaningful activity in the classroom. And the teachers can engage with the students effectively. So I do suggest the teachers to employ this kind of teaching approach in the classroom to foster students' literacy. And it's also kind of multi-literacy in the classroom, in which there are so many digital tools, smartboards, computers, with video camcorders, and so on, which the students really use technological tools for learning, not only for fun, but for developing their skills. So this is multimodal text now. Now we are going to the next slide, in which I will discuss about multimodal text. Actually, multimodal text is everywhere, yeah. Everywhere is every day around us. As we know that there are so many text that can be used to read, that can be used to write, and text that can be used to speak, and also the text that we listen every day. And also there is kind of modes such as visual things, yeah, visual things such as pictures. Actually, it is also kind of modes in which the students can view or can see. So multimodal text is kind of more than one modes. More than one of modes. Yeah. It can be reading, writing, speaking, listening, or combining from all of those modes. So it also include the gestural design, spatial design, and multimodal design. So this is the example of multimodal text. On the screen, I present about a story, yeah, about the picture, but the story about the respect farmers. Actually, in this picture, it can be regarded as the multimodal text, in which the students can look and also can read, and the teachers can explore these pictures, and then improve the activity based on these pictures. And then there is also a paper-based multimodal text such as graphic novels, comics, and poster. As you know that usually in books we can read, and also sometimes we can find some pictures. And then live multimodal text, including the combinations of various modes such as gestural, spatial, like people dance, storytelling, and so on. And then this kind of digital multimodal text, yeah, such as e-posters, digital stories, podcasts, web pages that may include hyperlinks, external pronunciation, guides to translation. So when can we use multimodal in the classroom? Yeah, so actually we can use it in school. For example, yeah, one example that I can give you, for example, by singing activity, yeah, singing activity, and also podcast activity, and video conferencing, and so on. Later in the next slide, I will give you some example of the multi-literacy activities that can be employed by the teachers. And multimodal text actually can be find in our social life. Actually, yeah, it is a kind of application is very popular, such as Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, YouTube, and so on. This is also kind of example multimodal text. Yeah, we know that we can share text, we can deliver speech, send pictures, and so on. So why not we use this multimodal text for teaching and learning to improve students' skills? So this is one of words that I took from somewhere. Teaching is like crossing borders. You should approach it like you have something to learn and something over. So in the teaching and learning activity, the teacher should able to over activity that can improve the students to learn, that can push the students to get the insight, and then they process the insight to create a new knowledge, and then to share, to present the knowledge to their peers. So this is kind of practical implementation that can use. For example, in the primary school, you can use smartboard resource and technology, and then you can use interactive activities using the touchscreens, iPads for learning, and this one of smartboard demonstration skills on the board. For example, the teachers explain about or presenting about a kind of a reading text in front of the classroom, and then the teachers can use some of features to explain about the language features that is needed to learn. And then the teachers can also play another mode, such as video and other kinds of thing that is very interesting, and the students will feel motivate, motivate to learn more, and they will feel joy, of course, in the classroom. And this also kinds of activity that can be used by the teachers. And then this one's maybe familiar with you, storyboarding. Nowadays we can find a lot of storyboard cards or storyboard online source that you can find to create narrative text. You can invite the students or ask the student to plan a short film, and then the student can create by their own, and they can design their own story and create visual representation about their story. So the students can get benefit from this tool to have their to plan and to organize their projects. And this one also kind of practical implementation that can be used, such as making video. So now finally I come to the conclusions. In education, the mastery of the tool itself is not the outcome, but how we use it. So in this case, I would like to strengthen, I would like to highlight that we should focus on the process of learning. And the nature of digital communication technology has so permeated the way we communicate that has become more than a tool in many ways. It is essential that educators learn to use this modes of communication for classroom learning. That's all for my presentation. Ibu Rini, thank you. Maybe the participant have some questions. My pleasure to answer all of the questions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Amelia, for your exciting presentations. We have questions in the chat box, and once again, to the audience who want to ask questions directly, you can raise your hands and unmute yourself. The first question comes from Iskandar. How education balance with technology? Okay, it seems like Dr. Amelia was disconnected. Maybe we can wait for her to join us again in the Q&A session. Okay, we are gonna wait for Dr. Amelia to join us again because I couldn't find her here in the participant list. Maybe there is trouble in her connection. Let's wait for a couple of minutes. Maybe Dr. Amelia can join us again, hopefully in a couple of minutes. Okay, I just got the message from the organizer that there is a technical problem there, that they cannot have the signal to join us here. So I regret to inform you that maybe those questions will be answered by Dr. Amelia by email or message. So for those questions which is already written here in the chat box will be answered by email or by other social media platform to answer your questions. I really regret about this technical problem. We cannot avoid this kind of problem during online session or online conference. So before, while waiting for Dr. Amelia to join us again, so I would like to present this digital certificate to all of the speakers in the afternoon session. So the first certificate will be presented to Dr. Hendy Pratama, our first speaker. And the next certificate will be presented to Dr. Balas van Kovitz. And the next certificate will be presented to Peter GM Diong, PhD. And the last certificate will be presented to Dr. Prativi Amelia. Thank you. And to myself as the moderator for the afternoon session, thank you to the organizer. So it seems like Dr. Amelia cannot join us anymore here in the Q&A session, but I will make sure that she will answer your questions in the social media platform through email or other platforms. So this is the end of our afternoon session. So I would like to say thank you to all participants who join us here in the afternoon session and being so active to ask questions to our speakers. And in the end, I would like to say wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and have a nice day for all of you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is paper presentations by the participants. By the way, the parallel presentation sessions will be divided into 3 break rooms that will be moderated by our 3 moderators this afternoon. The first one that will be moderated in the first break rooms is Mr. Agil, and for the second break rooms will be moderated by Ms. Kiranti Ninitasari, and the third break rooms will be moderated by Ms. Tiara Putri Safira. For all of our 3 moderators on this afternoon sessions, we are pleased. Okay. To all of the participants, we please for you to enter to your break rooms. Thank you. For your information, kepada semua participants yang mungkin akan mempresentasikan hasil papernya, kami persilahkan untuk masuk ke dalam break room yang sudah dipersiapkan ataupun yang sudah diumumkan. Terima kasih. Juga kepada peserta yang ingin menghadiri presentasi by our participants, kami persilakan untuk memilih ruangannya. Terima kasih.